Well, pleasant good morning and welcome to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, Trinidad and Tobago for the second round of matches in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's Under 23 Cup 2025 edition. Today we have a very exciting encounter between the Northeast Scarlet Ibis coming up against the North Tobago Masqueraders. The news from the toss in the middle, the Masqueraders won the toss and decided to have a field first, just a bit of extra moisture and dew around the pitch from some overnight showers and early morning cloud cover, so deciding to maximize the use of that on this green wicket. And to give you an idea of the playing 11 for both teams, the Northeast Scarlet Ibis, Cyan Hackett the captain, Anderson Mahes vice captain, Christian Mangra, Rondell Ramlogan, Giovanni Ramdeni, Kavir Budu Singh, Leonardo Julian, Jedediah John, Ricky Ragunanan, Samir Ali, Shazad Mohammed, and the 12th man, Andre Shugalal. For the North Tobago Masqueraders, Jeremiah Cruikshank, the captain, Kyle Ramdu, Sachin Emrit, Mikhail Govaya, Chadian Rahman, Eric Garcia, Zachary Siwa, Abdur Rahman Juman, Joshua Davis, and the subs missing out today, Orlando James, Gerard Chin, and Abdullah Cambridge, as just mentioned. So the opening pair for the Northeast Scarlet Ibis is going to be the same opening pair from the first game, the likes of Christian Mangra, as well as Shazad Mohammed, stylish right-hand batsman. Mangra, tall left-handed opener, wicketkeeper as well. So, and with the gloves in the last game, and we know that there's no shortage of wicket keepers on either sides. Many of the players these days have multiple roles within which they have to perform with ball and bat in hand, and also be required to take the gloves when needed. Taking up the attack for the North Tobago Masqueraders is going to be Eric Garcia from the media center end, and Garcia, very young, promising talent, upcoming fast bowler, and is very capable with the bat as well, so I'm sure he'll be looking to have a positive start for his team, get an early breakthrough. Member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club is Eric Garcia, and also brother of the West Indies player Akil Hussain, so definitely a lot of cricketing talent in that family. And we do have lovely conditions for cricket at the start of play. And just a bit of that cloud cover still lingering around the National Cricket Centre, so there's no scorching sunshine down on the players. They can get a nice cool start. Light wind going across the ground. Usually blows from east to west in this part of the country, so you tend to see some early movement to the left-handed batsman from the right-handed bowler around the wicket. Might get that ball to just naturally go in to Christian Mangra, but also Eric Garcia does have the ability to swing the ball both ways, so he may very well be looking to also swing some away from Mangra and get an outside edge. Two slips and a gully as we're ready for the first delivery. And into the body of Mangra. Immediately gets bat on ball, but no run. Fielded by Sachin Emrit. Also another player from that Queen's Park Cricket Club. You'll see a lot of players in this North Tobago Masqueraders lineup from that team. Whether it be players who were nurtured in the youth setup and have gone on to represent other clubs, or still represent the Parkites. Likes of Zachary Siwa, Joshua Davis, Kyle Ramdu, Gerard Chin, Chadian Rahman. As he was ready to go for the second delivery, but Mangra just fixing his gear. Now he's set to face up. Pulled away in the air, and Emmet is running backwards, but unable to get close to the ball. So he gets a bit of fortune on that occasion, as Mangra. Certainly did not get any proper connection with the bat. A top edge over the head of the fielder at backward square. And the first runs on the board for the Scarlet Ibis. See some fielding adjustments just being made for the right-handed Shazad Mohammed, also a member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, so these players would know each other very well. That's the beauty of competitions of this nature. You have a lot of friends, colleagues and comrades playing with and against each other. Keep that contest and rivalry in good spirits. That's a nice delivery from Garcia, just tenting Mohammed outside the off stump. He loves to play drives and square drives, and you see Chady and Raymond just having bit of a chat with him as well. Lots of good banter out here already, just in the first over of the day. But again, these players, good friends on and off the field. Mohammed just walking away and seems unperturbed. And there's a drive, and you can see Raymond's excitement in the background. Jumped as if there was something close to an edge, but Mohammed played it comfortably in the offside for a single. Love to see that excitement and intensity from these players. Wayne Edwards and Xavier Reed also completing 11 for the North Tobago Masqueraders. Nice rising bonks from Garcia. Well defended from Mangra. And Garcia does have that ability to generate that extra pace once he gets going. Young Kyle Ramdu, stylish left-hand opening batsman, also wicket keeper. Jeremy Cruikshank, the captain, with the gloves in hand. And almost getting into the pads, just flicking off the inside edge of the bat into the leg side for another single, and that completes the first over of the day. Scarlet Ibis 3 without loss, and a good start for this opening pair. Just very watchful, as they should be in the first over. Of course, Scarlet Ibis would have played at the National Cricket Centre in the first round of matches, but that would have been on the pitch to the right of this one that's featured on screen. And there you see the head coach of the North Tobago Masqueraders, Mr. Ernest Ryan. Very good player as well, still in his day. Of course, the manager for that team, Mr. Frank Simmons. As we arrived at the ground this morning, we saw Ernest and Frank both taking some laps around the ground, ensuring that their fitness is up. Both of them, of course, very competent players still, even at this later stage of their career. I'm sure they'll be getting ready for the cricket season and doing a great job in terms of assisting with these players in the coaching and managing aspect, and also from their knowledge of being former and current players, they'll have some practical experience to offer, as Abdur Rahman Juman opens the bowling from the Atto Boldan end. Short and tried to cut it away. Didn't go full-heartedly with the shot. Just seemed to hang the bat outside the off stump, and well stopped in the slip cordon. Juman, of course, another player in that Queen's Park Cricket Club setup, so it seems as if majority of this North Tobago Masqueraders side is coming from the Oval, as it's infamously known, located in the West Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain to be exact, Sinclair, a specific region. Mangra again, just playing it late, similar to the first delivery. Played somewhat of a late square cut, and on this occasion just opening the face of the bat. I think he's just being very watchful. Joshua Davis, very good young all-rounder, right arm off spinner, classy looking batsman. Jeremy Cruikshank, as we say, classy looking batsman, that can apply across the board for many of these players in the Masqueraders lineup, as well as the Scarlet Ibis. Shazad Mohammed, we saw with some beautiful drives in the previous game. And Mangra made 30 odd in that game as well. And a very good opening stance for the both teams. Of course, the coach for the Scarlet Ibis, Michael Williams, very experienced campaigner himself. Great to see him involved with the youths. The manager for them, Mr. Clint Pamfield. Fuller length delivery this time from Juman. Just fended into the offside from Mangra. So a much more cautious start in this game than the previous one. And they took on the Flamingos, Central Southwest Flamingos. That was a nail-biting encounter in which the Scarlet Ibis made 229, batting first, and bowled out for that total. And in reply, the Flamingos were giving chase and reached very close to the final score. In fact, the game came down to the final over, in which they needed 11 runs to win, and a 6 was struck off of the first delivery in that final over from Renilsta Pereira, thus meaning that they only needed 5 more runs in the over with 5 deliveries. And unfortunately, he was caught on the next ball. Short and pulled away from Mangra, down to Garcia, and the catch is taken. The first one goes for the Scarlet Ibis, and the first wicket for the North Tobago Masqueraders. Excellent field placement there, and well-judged catch from Eric Garcia. Juman just banging that delivery into the pitch. A bit more extra pace. And also bounce. And Mangra trying to execute the pull shot, but straight down into the region of Eric Garcia. And a very capable fielder he is. Not going to drop those any day. And Mangra has to go for just 2. 3 for the loss of 1. Scarlet Ibis. Could have just sensed the press over. 5 dot deliveries in which Mangra was unable to get off the mark from the bowling of Juman, that is. Unable to rotate the strike. And you know that early pressure on the field of play can sometimes just affect the mental state of the batsman. Probably tried to release some of that pressure by that attempted pull shot. And unfortunately went aerial and into the hands of Garcia, who has the ball in his hand for the start of the 3rd over now. 3 for 1 after 2. Masqueraders continuing in the fashion that they left off in the previous game. They were victorious. And the Scarlet Ibis were also victorious. So both of these teams will be looking to get a 2nd win in that column. Of course, at the same time, we have a match taking place at Gilbert Park in California. It's between the Flamingos and the Hummingbirds. Just tempting Shazad Mohammed outside the off stump. The chatter continues from Chedi and Raymond as the sun comes out behind those thick clouds. There seem to be some grey clouds in the distance, but we hope that they would remain away from the National Cricket Centre. Looking forward to a full days of play. Driving is Mohammed, and narrowly missing the outside edge, and even Cruikshank is getting into the action now. All of them walking to the wicket and just having a chat with young Mohammed. And Garcia, you can see the intelligence in his bowling, in that he's aware of the batsman and he's trying to put that delivery full and outside the off stump, but just out of his reach. Knows he likes to drive and encouraging him to do so. And then again, ball popping up in the air, just wide. Zachary Siwa at that short cover position, just missing out on that half chance. And well defended from Mohammed. Just being very watchful. Knows that Garcia has a lot of tricks. Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery. Kavir Buddha Singh facing the first delivery. And that was a peach from Garcia. Just moving away from the edge of the bat. And all smiles at this stage for the North Tobago Masqueraders. Scarlet Ibis 4 for 1 after 3. Juman is going to continue bowling from that outer bowl down end. Two slips and a gully in play. And a bouncer first up for Shazad Mohammed. Juman continuing where he left off in the last over. That aggressive nature. A young fast bowler with those rising deliveries. Well evaded from Mohammed, and you see Cruikshank just encouraging him to try and open the face of the bat. Maybe try and play one of those more innovative shots. Bring that slip cordon into play, of course. All of the mind games on display. Driven nicely. So Mohammed is looking well, just needs to take his time. No need to rush. 50 over a fair, so there's a lot of time to get his eyes in. Doesn't need to be fazed by all of the chatter and the extra pressure in the fielding cordon. Uppishly in the slip cordon, and it's taken. Diving away to his left, Joshua Davis with a magnificent catch. And just as I was saying that Mohammed did not need to give in to the pressure, just plays unconvincingly at that delivery from Juman. Pitching a very good area. And also some extra bonks. I think that bonks was noticeable from his first over because of his height. Juman getting that delivery to just continue rising on the batsman. And Mohammed, as you saw in the replay, was in between playing that back foot drive or backward defense. And just sort of held his bat out there away from his body. And taking thick outer edge. Look at this. Yeah, just played away from his body. And a very, very good ball indeed from Juman. Second wicket goes down. Shazad Mohammed falls 4 for 2. Scarlet Ibis in some trouble at this stage. And they'll be relying on this man coming to the wicket. Leonardo Julian, very prolific left-hand batsman and wicket keeper. And of course he's going to be welcomed with open arms by the fielders from the Masqueraders. Already seeing some encouraging comments for him from Mikael Govaya. So Juman on fire right now. 2 wickets without conceding any runs. First over from him, a wicket maiden. And already in this second over, second delivery, the first ball, a menacing bouncer to Shazad Mohammed, ducked out of the way. And then a second delivery, fuller in length, but not full enough for him to step forward for the drive, and took that outside edge. What a catch from Joshua Davis as well. Cannot be understated. Diving low to his left. Julian looking to pull the first ball. And you just see Mikael Govaya, before that delivery, was setting the fielder who was at backward square within the 30-yard circle. He actually sent him out of the boundary. Again, match awareness, situational analysis. Julian goes high and goes far. That's going to be a 6, the second delivery that Julian has faced. I think he's trying to fight fire with fire rather than go on the back foot. It's a magnificent shot from Julian. A moment he was just wondering if that ball might have landed within the ropes, but just cleared beyond. And gets off the mark with a 6. Score goes up to 10. The first runs conceded off of Juman. Flicked in the air. And this one also goes to that vacant part of the boundary. And will just trickle into the rope. No, it doesn't. In fact, it stops dead right before the rope. Just some thicker grass closer to the boundary on that side. But it completes a very eventful over indeed from Juman. And also from the batting perspective, I think we are going to be in for some shots here. 12 for 2. Leonardo Julian coming to the crease and starting off with a 6. And then a couple flick stylishly into the leg side. And as we speak about stylish batsmen, I'd like to welcome alongside me in the commentary booth Mr. Kadir Mohammed. Very competent all-rounder. Capable left-hand batsman, right-arm seamer. Also can hold the gloves. Does everything on and off the field, does Kadir. Man of many talents. How are you this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Kishav. Good morning, viewers. Yeah, very pleasant words. I appreciate that. Just learning from my co-commentator, you know. But yeah, definitely a good start from the North Tobago Masqueraders team. 2 early wickets. Garcia and Juman, they've been good. They've been able to hit their lines, their lengths, the outfielding, the catching we saw early on was very, very good.
Garcia again onto the stumps. So we've seen an excellent start from the fast bowlers for the North Tobago Masqueraders. And what do you think about what Juman has produced so far, Kadir?
Yeah, Juman, he's running hard and he hit some good areas. And he's been rewarded. Garcia, though, he's been on the other end. He's been able to apply pressure, building those dot deliveries into his third over now, Eric Garcia. And applying a real stranglehold early on the innings.
Yeah, definitely an excellent point there in terms of the pressure being placed on this end from Garcia. And fended again from Kavir Budu Singh. Very talented young left-handed batsman is Budu Singh.
Yeah, Kavir Budu Singh, member of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team. Certainly all of these players on show here, you know, they would have played some level of national cricket. You know, hence the reason why they're in this under 23 Cup. And, you know, kudos to TTCB for hosting such events and such tournaments.
Garcia just tempting him with that one wide outside the off stump.
Conditions, though, very good for fast bowling, good for bowling. You know, on the whole, you know, sun is not, it's not bright at the moment. It's slightly overcast. And Garcia and Juman here really bowling well.
Well left from Budu Singh. Intelligent batsman, you can see. He's not looking to rush anything. His 5 overs are completed, 12 for 2. And as you mentioned, the conditions for these fast bowlers, it really is ideal in terms of just cool and calm around the ground. They can run in as hard as they like. Just get a nice bit of wind to assist. And also those overcast clouds, just giving them some added movement with that red leather ball. We see some of the groundsmen in the background just gathering close to the covers. And in fact, I think we're going to have a short break in play as the umpires have already taken off the stumps and they're looking at the grey menacing clouds in the distance coming towards this direction. So adopting a safety first approach in ensuring that the wicket is dry and there's no real stoppage in play when the rains arrive. So as the players come off, it's 12 for 2 after 5, and we'll take a short break and rejoin you in a few.
Well, welcome back, viewers, to the National Cricket Centre here. Slight rain delay. Thank God we were not off for too long. Leonardo Julian just hitting a 6 off the very first delivery on the resumption. Juman continuing into his third over, but he's greeted with a straight 6. So 18 for 2 now. Scarlet Ibis team here losing 2 early wickets. Leonardo Julian, captain, joining Budu Singh, and these two here now are looking to be a little bit aggressive. Put some pressure back on North Tobago Masqueraders team. Shav, you must be liking this approach from Julian.
Well, Julian is not one to take very long to get settled in, as you can see. Just dealing in boundaries at the moment. 6 off the first delivery in the over, 4 off the second.
And this one hammered through the offside. There's a big gap there, and Julian is always going to throw his hands outside the off stump. Juman being a little bit defensive here. He's come around the wicket now. He's come around the wicket looking to tuck up Julian. You do that bad. So 22 for 2. Juman from around the wicket. One slip, a gully, backward point. Julian is going again, the aerial route, giving it the full treatment here. Leonardo Julian, another 6 off the bat of the left-hander, taking Juman to the cleaners.
Julian is not wasting any time at all here. Julian just hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. Some lusty blows indeed.
Yeah, Leonardo Julian in this sort of mood, he could be very, very dangerous. Couple of 6s already, 24 from 7.
Well, Kadir, it reminds me of when you were playing in your prime.
Oh, come on, man.
According to our producer, Jason Passad, it's more from the bowler's aspect. I think he's referring to the 2 wickets in the column, not the 6s that were conceded. You know you like to bowl those short and rising deliveries. Having faced you in the nets and received a few bruises myself.
All good fun. All good fun.
Good fun when you're on the bowling side of it, but the batting side sometimes a bit scary. Of a fast bowler if you're like steaming in at you. But it seems as if Julian has no fear right now. He's just taking Juman to all parts. After coming to the crease where Juman had 2 wickets without conceding any runs at all, now he's 2 for 24. And all of those runs have been scored by Julian.
Around the wicket again. Good comeback. Yorker length delivery outside the off stump. But yeah, looking at the 2 deep fielders here, there's a deep extra cover and a fine leg. And we see Julian not afraid to go leg side. Not afraid to go leg side. I might just be tempted to take out a fine leg and put him sort of a deep backward square. There's a long boundary out towards the eastern side.
And
Up and over.
Slashing at that one again. And that sails over the head of long off for another 4.
Yeah, easy shot. Mid off inside the circle. He just had to get it over Ramdu's head, and that he did. Couple of bounces and into the ropes. So Julian motoring along now. Up to 28.
Now, I must give you some context, possibly to the reason, as in Julian being in this aggressive form. Did see him in training during the week over the past 2-3 weeks or so, and he has been hitting that ball so clean and so hard, and just seems to be transferring that into the game itself.
Got to finish the over. Expensive one for Juman and the Masqueraders at the end of 6. It's a 32 for 2.
It just goes to show you, Kadir, the beautiful ironies of this game of cricket. Juman has bowled 3 overs with 12 dots. So out of his 18 deliveries, 12 have been dots in terms of no runs being scored. And out of those 6 deliveries, he has conceded 28 runs. Thus giving him an economy over 9 runs per over. So it just goes to show you, when you look at someone's figures, batting, bowling, it doesn't really reflect the true story that you see in the day itself.
Definitely. Definitely. Because 12 dot deliveries is 2 maiden overs. Just to put some context to that. So it's literally in 1 over he's gone for 28. But that's the highs and lows as a player. Well, Mikel Govaya now into the attack from southern end. Budu Singh yet to get off the mark, faced 8 deliveries. It'll be interesting to see the field set here. I would imagine that they want to keep the pressure on Budu Singh. Yeah, Sachin Emrit now with his helmet on, so he's going in close. On the leg side, there's one slip, backward point, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a forward short leg. There is Govaya.
I really like this field setting, Kadir. The attacking nature. Everyone is just close in to the pitch. Even the fielders in the 30-yard circle, you can see all of them are off the mark except the mid-on.
Yeah, looking to cut that one a little bit too quick. And Mikel Govaya has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Very smart bowler, indeed.
Yeah, Govaya, what a wonderful 2024 season he had for club, for franchise, and for all of the different teams that he has played with during that year. And truly a remarkable talent. Of course, he won the T20 and 2-day format with Central Sports in the Premier 1 League. Also won the Dream 11 competition, CPL with St. Lucia Kings, and even this cup as well, the 2024 edition of the Under 23 Cup. The North Tobago Masquerades were victorious, and Govaya was in fact one of the MVPs. Contributed with both bat and ball during that tournament, and as you can see, continues in his excellent fashion in 2025. First over from him, a maiden. 32 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, wonderful start from Govaya, as we come to expect from him. He's miserly. Budu Singh, 14 deliveries yet to get off the mark. That certainly would be telling, that pressure would certainly be telling on him. He want to get off that duck, as we say.
Well, it can be a positive and a negative aspect when a batsman is taking so long. Obviously, no one wants to take 14 deliveries to get off the mark. But in fairness to Budu Singh, the bowling has been on point. And it could be that he's just taking his time to get accustomed to the pitch, get adjusted to the extra bounce that is on offer. And, of course, with Leonardo Julian going the way that he is at the other end, it allows Budu Singh to just get a bit of extra time. Of course, he doesn't want to place pressure on Julian by soaking up too many dot deliveries. So it's all about just taking over the run scoring, continuing to get singles, and not be completely pegged down by the dots as Eric Garcia has a change of ends.
Back of a length to start with from Garcia. So Garcia replacing Juman from that northern end, and he too has adopted the approach to go around the wicket. Still inside the power play. Two deep fielders leg side, mid long on, and a deep mid wicket.
It's well bowled from Garcia, maintaining that consistent line and length for the first two deliveries, and Julian not able to get it away.
Chadian Raymond at slip. Not seen him with ball in hand just yet. Zachary Siwa also.
Edged away. Some good work by Sachin Emirates at that backward point position. Also Joshua Davis can feature with the ball.
Yeah, a lot of options for the North Tobago team. And Budu Singh comes on strike now, and you could see the field just closing in slightly. Slip on the gully, backward point cover. Siwa is coming into slip, so it's two slips, under gully, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a short fine leg. Change of heart. Short fine is going back to the boundary. Budu Singh again watchful. Plays it out in front of him. Kavir Budu Singh, left-hander. Classy player when he is in full flow. Again, watchful. 33 for 2.
So in terms of his approach to the crease at this stage, Kadir, what do you think would be going through the mind of Kavir Budu Singh?
Yeah, obviously he wants to get off the mark. He wants to get a loose delivery, ideally. Tucking this one away, but still can't.
Be patient, but granted in this 50 over format, still need to also score some runs as well. I think going into 18th dot delivery without scoring will be giving some extra thoughts in the back of his mind. At these points is where batsmen start to try different types of shots, different innovations, which can sometimes lead to a positive result or a negative one.
Yeah, definitely. But it's still early days, still just 8 overs in the innings. It's still a long way to go. So Budu Singh could very well get set here. Leonardo Julian, we know how he is going to play. Let's see how he approaches this. Now would go via. Again, two deep fielders, deep mid wicket, long one. Guiding this one away. Good look at slip from Raymond, Shady and Raymond.
Yeah, that's a pretty good stop.
Yeah.
Sometimes those are actually harder than the catches themselves because of the height and the angle.
Can't force in this one. Can't pierce that offside field. Slip backward point. Extra cover and the mid off. Cutting away again.
But the thing is, Govaya knows Julian very well. So he's set a plan for him and he's bowling exactly to it. Putting it outside of the off stump. Despite no protection in the deep. Only on the leg side he has that. And he's just bowling stump to stump and not giving him anything to play to that favored region of his. That fielder out at deep mid wicket and long on. Usually where Julian likes the target.
It's good to see Mikael Govaya playing up with the speeds. Slowing it down a touch. Just like that. Bringing Julian on the front foot. So this is good from Govaya.
Excellent observation there, Kadir. We're accustomed to seeing Govaya bowl much quicker, constantly.
Now Julian is going big. Couple of bounces down to long on. Slight misfield, but they're not gonna take the extra run. End of the over. .34 for 2 after 9.
And we just saw the 30-run partnership coming up between the pair, but interesting fact to note that all of the 30 runs have been scored by Leonardo Julian. So Kavir Buddha Singh yet to contribute to the score, but I'm sure he'll be looking to get off the mark soon as possible. Julian, of course, retaining the strike with that single, but as you mentioned with Govaya, I think playing in the two-day format and also the fact that he would have been involved in some of the Red Force trial games and warm-ups coming up to the squad for the season, that would have shown him that he needs to just vary his speeds a bit and sometimes bowling slower and allowing the ball to be flighted as a spinner is one of your main assets and tools to use to your advantage.
I wonder though if after this delivery, and so Julian here getting a single off the very first delivery, and I was just going to ask you, do you think it's playing on the mind of Leonardo Julian at this point, the fact that Budu Singh is, stuck on the other end?
I'm glad you raised that point because that's why previously I was just wondering, what do you think is the mindset of Budu Singh? Because yes, he's been patient and he's taking time, but you also don't want to place unnecessary pressure on the batsman on the other end.
Turning it away, but still. Better movement from Eric Garcia. This is very good from Garcia into his 5th over, but I like the fact that he's adopted line outside the off stump, and irrespective of the batter on strike, he's going with his plan, and his plan is to hit the top of off, and he's done so tremendously so far. Now going over the wicket, back over the wicket.
Garcia has been very impressive with this spell. Not giving anything away. Flicked in the air from Budu Singh, but chopped just short. And he finally gets off the mark. I'm sure the amount of pressure that would be relieved on the young man's shoulders.
Yeah, it's always good to get off the mark. He's done so. Budu Singh, he's got up to the non-striker's end. Julian, on the other hand, 31 from 20. He's come out and put the pressure right back on North Masqueraders.
Flashing at that one and signaled a wide by the umpire. Thought it passed close enough to the bat, but umpire deciding it's past that wide line.
Leonardo Julian, well established on the franchise circuit. Of course, his exploits in the Zimafro T10 with the Sampami franchise, and also in Abu Dhabi, also with the Sampami franchise. Loud appeal here from Garcia. Not out, says the umpire.
Down on one knee and asking the question as well. Shows how intensely he believed that he deserved the decision there. But I think you can just see from the angle, might have been coming down the leg side. Of course, the umpire, Nanlal, in the best position to determine what would have happened on that occasion, and decided not out. 10 overs completed, 37 for 2. And you see the signal of the first power play coming to an end.
.37 for 2 after 10 overs. You think that in this first 10 over block, you think that the North Masqueraders, they would have won that first 10 over block if we were to?
Definitely, I would think that they have the upper hand and the advantage. At 37 for 2, not a bad score, given the fact that at one stage they were 4 for the loss of 2. So it's a good rebuilding effort at the same time for the Scarlet Ibis.
So Govaya just a single off his first 2 overs. Slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off. Cutting this one away, but straight to Davis at backward point. No one outside the 30-yard circle. Very interesting from the North Masqueraders. Again, Budu Singh trying to cut.
But again, he's just using that situational awareness as Govaya. Knows that Budu Singh is struggling to get the ball past the square. No need to give him any easy runs. Keep the pressure on. Keep all of the fielders inside the circle. And you can see they are within the 30-yard circle, as in not just standing on the edge of it, but about 15 yards in. Very close to the square. And he's just not able to get him away. And what I like about the fact that Govaya is getting through his overs quickly is that he's not allowing Budu Singh any time to rest and reset.
Oh, quicker delivery. Just got the bat down in time, jamming down on it. You could see Govaya there, saying how close that was. End of the over. Score remains at 37 for 2. Maiden over from Govaya. But gotta give Budu Singh credit though. He's faced 26 dot deliveries. And he's not shown the tendency to play a big shot. He's continuing to back his defense. Waiting on that bad delivery. He's not looking to manufacture anything.
I must say the mindset and mentality is a positive aspect, because especially in local, whether it be zonal, youth level, club, national, regional, and international cricket for the West Indies, batting long doesn't seem to be an attractive trait anymore. Now, what Budu Singh has shown is that he's unfazed. He's not letting the scoreboard pressure get to him. Just 1 from 27. He's consistently backing himself with the defense, as you mentioned. and just continuing to play with the same style and the same manner. The one thing that I would possibly look to improve on is that, again, it's a 50 over affair, and you don't want to leave too much to be done for the other batsmen to come. Of course, 2 wickets already down in the innings, and they do have a couple more competent players in their lineup, but just about balance.
Raymond now into the attack. Julian looking to get cute.
Without even seeing a ball from Raymond, Julian set himself up for that. Is it a scoop?
Looking to play.
Yeah, one of those innovative shots. I'm sure you have mastered all of them by now, Kadir.
Definitely not. Not in the class of Julian. And he gets it off. But we see batsmen, taking this approach. Should be a couple for Julian.
And Chidi and Raymond, as you mentioned, very good young up-and-coming fast bowler. Has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, does Raymond. You know that in the T10 format, he's known for a lot of those cutters. Leg cutters, off cutters, back of the arm. Does generate a decent pace as well. Raymond will be looking to get this prize wicket of Julian here.
A little bit too wide. White signal by the umpire, by Anand Lal. So 3 fielders outside the circle. Deep extra cover. Third man and the square leg, but the square leg is off the boundary, just about 15 meters inside. Good to see the slip still in place. Shows that they're still looking to pick up wickets, still looking to be aggressive.
And he tries to go very hard at that one, Julian. Excited appeal behind the stumps, but unmoved is umpire Nanlal.
Yeah, once it is in his half, he is gonna go at it. Julian.
And that's the thing with Raymond. He's accustomed to bowling in those formats and against batsmen who love to hit the ball to all parts of the ground. So I'm sure he'll be relishing this opportunity. See if we can outsmart Julian, some of his variations.
Hiding this one away. Raymond just from over the wicket, just angling it across the left-hander.
And if you were Julian, previously I know you were speaking about the mindset of Kavir Budu Singh, but if you were Julian batting at the crease now, being the captain for the day, out there leading the run scoring at this moment, 34 from 25, do you continue in that same aggressive manner, or do you start to measure your innings a bit more controlled as you're approaching that half-century mark and knowing the fact that he ideally should bat through the innings if he could for his team?
Certainly being the captain, he would want to show that level of responsibility. Budu Singh driving but good fielding at cover. So backing up Raymond here, the outfielders, and this is so good too. When a batsman is under pressure, fielding then becomes even more important. Keeping that pressure on, throwing your body around, getting quickly to the ball. Yeah, Leonardo Julian, he'd want to show some responsibility, and I don't think he should play differently. I think he should play his game. Oh, this one is in the gap, running down to that point position. Good work. That third man position, a couple to Budu Singh. End of the over, 43 for 2 after 12. Yeah, Leonardo Julian should just continue to play his game, play how he knows. Because you don't want to have two batters, stuck. Some supporters, very, very loyal supporters, must be some family members or something.
Yeah, definitely. Glad to see them out and about, especially during the weekday. It's never easy. Good to have the support of the parents, families of these young cricketers. This Govaya is going to continue into his 4th over and only conceded 1 run thus far. Julian tries the reverse. Appeal from Govaya. And the finger goes up. Govaya strikes. And Julian stays at the crease looking bemused at the decision from the umpire. But the finger was raised for quite some time while Govaya ran away in celebration, getting the better of his colleague and compatriot there, Leonardo Julian. You can see that ball struck him in line with the stumps. Perhaps a question of the height, but adjudged to be hitting the stumps from the umpire. I think it's one of those decisions that might have been umpire's call, were it to be reviewed. But Leonardo Julian, first delivery of this over from Govaya after not being able to get him away. He tries that audacious reverse sweep and not getting any connection on it, so has to depart for a well played 34. It was very entertaining while it lasted. Must say we would have liked to see him bat a bit longer through the innings and for his team. Of course, being the captain and wanting to lead from the front, that would have been the ideal mindset. But again, you see, just hitting him around that stomach area. But he did go low down to the ground, so it's not the traditional hitting his leg before the wicket, but it did hit a body part that was in line with the wicket. Govaya picking up that first wicket. 1 wicket for 1 run in 3.1 overs. Really has bowled excellently thus far. Has not given anything away. No loose deliveries, no boundary scoring opportunities for the opposition. Looks focused and ready here, does Govaya. 43 for 3 and 12.1. Scarlet Ibis, after doing some rebuilding, losing 2 wickets very early on in the innings. By the 4th over, they were already 4 for the loss of 2. Then Julian came in, hit the ball to all parts, a quick cameo, and departed with that wicket. Fielders all around the bat. Giovanni Ramdeni faces up, drives nicely first up. Govaya just giving that one some extra air, and Ramdeni gets the single. Get off the mark right away. So now it's a even more interesting battle for Kavir Budu Singh, because Julian was scoring freely and allowing him to take his time. Now that he has a new batsman at the crease in Ramdeni, does Budu Singh look to take the initiative, or does he continue in the same manner?
Watchful again from Budu Singh. But I mean, pressure must be there must be some level of pressure on Budu Singh, because 3 from 30, a lot of chatter around fielding team. For sure they're gonna make spin Ripping past the edge.
Some neat glove work as well from Cruikshank. Just looking to see if Budu Singh might have slipped that back foot out of the crease.
Down the leg side. High delivery.
A rare extra from Govaya. Usually doesn't bowl many wides, no balls or anything of that sort.
Coach Mickey is in. No? Coach Mickey, coach of the Scarlet Ibis team. Michael Williams, Mickey as he's known, head coach of the Merry Boys Sports Club also.
Again, well bowled from Govaya. Completes the end of his fourth over. The prize wicket of Leonardo Julian to start it. 1 for 3 for him. 45 for 3 after 13. And as you mentioned, Merry Boys Sports Club, Kadir, I heard a rumor that you might be making a return. Coach Mickey indicating that he would like someone with your prolific batting technique.
That's correct. I can keep them cool. Michael Williams is saying, but
is that a hydration expert? I believe is the new term. Traditionally known as the water boy, but you know, hydration is so important in this modern day era, of course, with global warming and the likes. Never underestimate the presence of those that carry the refreshments for those on the field of play. Of course, also players themselves just may not be able to get into the starting 11 for any specific game, but does not take away from their abilities. Speaking from my personal experience, of course.
turning this one away. Ramdani. Yeah. Of course, you player coach, Brisal Sports Club, such an important figure in that team. How was your coaching been going? I know it's something that you enjoy a lot.
Definitely, it's a very humbling experience, I must say, especially working alongside many senior coaches from different parts of the country wherever I get an opportunity. At the Brisal Sports Club, alongside the likes of Coach Eugene Antwine, former fast bowler, excellent player in his day. Really just, it shows you a different perspective to the game. You know, usually as a player you think about the game from that standpoint, and then as well in the media or commentary aspects you look at it from another standpoint. Yeah. And then from the coaching, it really brings everything together in a holistic sense and a manner, a 360 view, if you would have it.
Yeah. It's
slashing at that one is Budu Singh, and it will run all the way to the boundary. Chase was on for the fielder at third man, but unable to get there in time. A very tall guy as well, so didn't get down in time. Just tried to use the boot, but it was definitely winning the race. And Budu Singh, we have seen 2 shots from him in that region, so he does seem to favor that cut shot.
Yeah, it was right outside the off stump and just threw his hands at it. Budu Singh.
Now what he needs to do, Kadir, 7 from 35 and Julian just departed. He has to bat through the innings already. Facing 35 deliveries, you should have your eyes in at this point. And just to bat smart. Don't give it away. All of the hard work to reach to this stage, you don't want to throw it away in an instance.
Rightly so. Yeah, rightly so. You know, Kabir Budu Singh, that becomes even more important for him to bat as deep as possible into the innings. At 50 for 3, you're not yet out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Still a lot of overs to go.
I like the fact that he seems to be calm and composed as well. Doesn't really seem to be flustered by what's going on around him. Just focused on playing each ball on its merit.
Again, drive into cover, looking for a single, but not there. And all's well that ends well. He's able to come through for the extra run.
There's some good backing up from that deep boundary on the leg side, because he was the only fielder, so he had to get across there. There's Edwards. And boosting his approach, of course. I'm sure one of his coaches, Keston Lewis, would be looking on intently. Of course, he does a lot of great work with many of these youngsters at the Keston Lewis Private Coaching Academy.
Yeah, wonderful one-on-one coach, Keston Lewis. And he works, as you mentioned, he works with a number of these young players. Eric Garcia as well.
Also work with the likes of Kyle Ramdu. So many of these players from all of the teams. Govaya into his 5th over. Budu Singh again solid in defense. He's bowling to his field, most importantly. Has that bat pad in on the offside. One slip, short cover. And he's taken at bat pad by Sachin Emrit. Runs away in celebration. Leads the team. Pure joy and elation for Emrit. A wonderful catch taken at bat pad. Budu Singh just fending at that one officially, and instant reaction there from Sachin Emrit. The plan worked. In the previous over he was on the leg side and shifted to the offside. In this over where I think he was better suited, flight from Govaya, a bit of turn and bounce, and Budu Singh with a straightforward forward defensive shot, you would say, but again that little bit of extra bounce. Govaya, of course, with his height, getting that purchase off the pitch, and just popped up in the air. Emrit grasping that ball, quick instant reactions with his left hand.
I tell you what, that was a brilliant catch. That was a sharp catch. It wasn't off the outer part of the bat. It seemed to be from the middle of the bat, or that portion there. Look at it.
And look at Emrit, hands down, exactly what you want your bat for the fielders to be doing.
It was a good forward defensive. It was aerial.
But
so it was good anticipation from Emrit, Sachin Emrit there. It's never easy feeling there. You always got to keep your eyes on that ball. That he did. Sharp catch. And his North team continued to be dominant and continue to be very good in the outfield.
And what I really like about looking at those replays and seeing the hand position of Sachin Emrit is that many times you see those fielders close in to the bat or in the slips. They have their hands on their knees even when the bowler is about to deliver, and only after the bowler has delivered then they put their hands in that catching position. Emrit, from the moment that he was looking at Govaya when he was about to deliver, and when Govaya started in his delivery stride, Emrit was focused on the bat, hands down, waited in that catching position. Those subtle differences, Kadir, I believe, can make such a huge impact in terms of taking the catch or skewing it. Because if his hands were on his knees or his hands were closed, that extra half a second or two could have easily led to that catch being a different result.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to keep your eyes on that ball, but the anticipation was good as well. Anderson Mahis, another left-hander, comes to the crease. 51 for 4, Scarlet Ibis. And under the cosh here a bit Oh, Anderson May is cutting away. This one running off a tickish outside edge and down to the boundary for 4.
He starts off with a boundary in convincing fashion, but the shot itself was uppish indeed and just wide of the fielder at backward point. So you see the reaction from Govaya. It wasn't too far away, so I don't think the 4 would be too much on his mind. But Mahé is coming off a half century in the last game. Both he and Andrew Rambaran had very important innings for their team. Got them to a competitive total in the end of 229. I think they would be grateful if they can reach a similar total, given the fact that they are 55 for 4 at this stage.
Tell you what, this is good. This is a good man to have coming to the crease, Anderson Mahayes. Flighted from Govaya. Nicely played. What timing from Mahayes. Should get a couple. So he is off and running. Anderson Mahayes, yeah, he's one of the better players of spin bowling. Anderson Mahayes, he could sweep, he could use his feet, and he has the option to go over the top. So he could be very proactive in this situation. Slightly quicker from Govaya to finish. A successful one for him at the end of 15, 57 for 4, Scarlet Ibis. So Chedi and Raymond to continue. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, the backward square, fine leg. Short delivery. Umpire signaling 1 for the over.
So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Ramdeni facing 5 deliveries, Mahayes facing 3. Still early days yet in terms of 15 overs have gone, some 35 overs left. Both batsmen have enough time to play themselves in.
Short delivery, pull away. Aerially. It's going to land safe. Couple to Ramdeni. Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew Rambaran would have been a part of this North Tobago franchise in the last game.
He would have been the second top scorer, and in fact he was the captain for the team in the last game. Unfortunately for the Scarlet Ibis, not in the lineup today for reasons we will share with you shortly.
Played away.
And also the captain who was named on paper today, Cyan Hackett, has also not taken part.
Yeah.
The captain for today, Leonardo Julian. But Andrew Rambaran, as all of the viewers would know, was heavily involved in that Red Force preparation camp and those trials.
Again, bowling wicket to wicket. Raymond not giving away too much. Yeah, Andrew Rambaran, he mentioning the young man from East Trinidad.
Merry Boys as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
A proud note for you.
Yeah, Merry Boys man. Andrew Rambaran did extremely well in his first season last season.
I've just been impressed with him from the moment I saw him in secondary school cricket, to be honest, and then the national youth team level. He's just such a great all-round player. Edging there, almost. Raymond seemed convinced, as well as the keeper and the slip cordon. Pass very close to the bat indeed.
Tentative from Ramdeni outside there. Bit of a half-hearted shot.
It's always about that playing with confidence. When you just hang the bat outside there, it's never going to turn out well for you.
Especially when there are two slips under gully waiting. .59 for 4. More changes to the field. I think they're going to reinforce the slip cordon.
A third slip. Is it?
Yep, 3 slips under gully. Allowing this one to go through. Here's Ramdeni, 59 for 4 after 16. And Keshav, I know you have some very exciting news for all of our viewers.
Yes, well, definitely. Here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva, we are blessed and privileged to be also associated with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and we have some breaking news and vital information concerning the CG United West Indies Championship 2025 squad for the regional 4-day format. And we have the squad that is selected for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. As Mikael Govaya is going to continue.
Turned away again in the gap from Mahes through mid wicket. And this could run all the way for 4. Yes, it does. Again, Anderson Mahes competently playing through the leg side. And that bowler winning the race.
But the timing, as you mentioned it from the first shot that he played, Kadir, is really impeccable from Mahes.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to put any power or force at all. He's just playing so comfortably.
Yeah, this is a good man, as I mentioned, coming in for the Scarlet Ibis. Keeping our viewers at the edge of their seats.
As rightly so it should be. Well, that's anticipation. At the end of this over, we will reveal those names. The 13-man squad selected for the Red Force. And a miss there from Mahes. Govaya wouldn't mind those shots at all. More encouraging for him to try and get a wicket.
Govaya bowling. Yeah, 6 overs on the trot here from this southern end. Mahes again, just allowing it to go.
It's a brave leave alone.
Covered his off stump and then allowed it to go.
Yeah.
So he's
Smart.
shows that he's picking what Govaya is bowling.
Just pull back the length on that occasion. Drive on a mix. 63 for 4 after 17. And now we'll go through the squad selected for the Red Force for the 2025 4-day format. Brian Charles, Carrie Pear, Antonio Gomez, Tian Webster, Jason Mohammed, Joshua James, Cephas Cooper, Andrew Rambaran, Vikash Mohan, Justin Manik, Yannick Karaya, Adrian Racha, and Jed Gooley, completing the 13-man squad.
Yeah, that's the 13 players. And the officials, Sebastian Edwards, of course, manager, David Furlong, Riyad Emirates, the coaches, Lendell Simmons his mentor for the home matches, and Jelani Baptiste, the physical trainer for the Red Force. So that makes up the Red Force squad and coaching team or management team for that first game of the CG United 4-day championship. As viewers would know, it's a day-night affair at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And we encourage all of the fans, local, regional and afar, to come out and support in your numbers, as well as support via our coverage. Really need to see that love for cricket being reintroduced in terms of the longest format of the game, which is where we built our name and our reputation as a region, the West Indies.
Juman now back into the attack. Abdurrahman Juman replacing Raymond from that northern end. And then of course you could get all your live coverage on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel.
So as we were mentioning before, the reason for Andrew Rambaran not being part of this game is due to his selection in that Red Force team for first round of matches. Of course, the squad subject to some maybe adjustments during the course of the tournament. Whether any players may be selected for the regional team or have other commitments or so on. But that's the squad for the first round.
Congratulations to the young players. You see Idian Racha for the presentation called it San Fernando student.
Yeah, really, really happy for him, I must say.
Getting his opportunity to mix with the big boys at senior level. You know, I'm so happy for Idian Racha. Bowled well in that North-South Classic. Picked up a couple of wickets. But I was impressed with the way he operated. And he's been doing so around the trial matches for the Red Force, team. Justin Manick also. We'd see him for the Scarlet Ibis team when they bowl this one in the air. Down to third man. One more to Mahis. Yeah, Justin Manick you'd see later on with the Scarlet Ibis team when they bowl.
Well, I think he might also be missing out today.
Oh yeah, Justin Manick.
Due to the fact that he is included in the squad. But he did feature in the last game on Sunday. And also, congrats to Antonio Gomez, the young wicketkeeper batsman. He scored 100 on Sunday for the Hummingbirds. Pulled away from Ramdeni. And just a single. Juman has just been a bit too short in the sofa, allowing them to pull and cut to their liking. And of course, Cephas Cooper, I think everyone knows the sort of form that he has been in across all formats. And just goes to show you in the Dream 11 T10 6th edition that concluded not too far away from the Red Force trials and practice games. Cooper was one of the MVP players in that tournament, scoring very aggressively and still playing proper cricket and shots. So reminding all of our young cricketers and viewers that you don't have to go and just swing for the hills. You can play proper cricket and strokes and still score aggressively. And the way he adjusted from playing in that T10 to then going into the 4-day format and in that day-night practice match, the North-South encounter, it just shows the maturity of Cooper. He just adapts so easily no matter the format.
Yeah. Slashing away Mahis. This is going to get to the boundary. A little bit too wide from Juman, and Mahis driving uppishly through that backward point area. Picks up a boundary.
Just seems to be scoring so easily, Mahis. He really is not experiencing any difficulties at all. Again, carrying on in the form from that half century from the previous game. Not showing that He's been faced by the pressure situation in which he's come to the crease. 70 for 4 after 18.
Yeah, maiden call-ups for Adian Racha, Joshua James, and Andrew Rambaran to Red Force team. Antonio Gomez as well, man from Presal Sports Club. Maybe you might be able to give the viewers a little bit more insight into Antonio Gomez. You know, some may not be too familiar with that name. You know, so you could maybe give us some insights.
He's a very, very talented young cricketer, is Gomez. Excellent batsman, class, timing. So far continues. And he's very good with the gloves as well. We saw in the North-South Classic, he took some fantastic diving stops, even though some of them wouldn't have been catches off the edge. Some deliveries that might have been errant down the wide leg side or offside. He's very nimble. Good reason, of course, he will have some Red Force duties to perform. And in terms of the club setting, I believe that he would also play with the Police Sports Club the end of last year, so could be a possible option for him when he returns. Of course, wish him the best no matter where he goes. It's always great to see cricketers flourishing and continuing to develop.
Playing around the pad, Ramdeni. There's a stifled appeal from Govaya and company, not outside the umpire, by Leonard. But definitely those close infielders on the offside, playing with the mind of Ramdeni, because you could see him trying to turn a straight delivery. There's a slip, a gully. All out appeal, and this time he's given. Govaya runs away in celebration. And the North Masqueraders well and truly on top. Ramdeni has to go for 6. 70 for 5 now.
Mika Govaya again, just using all of his wit, intelligence, and variations to get that wicket off Ramdeni. You saw earlier in the over, just varied his line a bit as well as his length. Some of the deliveries into the body of Ramdeni, and right as you mentioned, Kadir, that the fielders around the bat would have been playing on his mind. You see the effect of it. Govaya pushing this one outside of the off stump and a bit quicker and flatter through the air, not the flight that you saw in the previous deliveries. And of course, a good catch taken by the wicket keeper, Cruikshank, just as we were mentioning, wicket keeping prowess. And Govaya strikes again. So he with his 3rd wicket of the innings at this stage, and it just goes to show you that once you keep using your intelligence, and nothing can stop you in this game of cricket. As they say, a special good morning to Mr. Dexter Nolan, head curator, man of many talents and abilities here at the National Cricket Centre, and Cyan Hackett, who we did not see at the toss, as Leonardo Julian stepped in to take the captain duties for that purpose. Hackett now joins us and walks onto the field of play, coming off a low score in the last encounter, but prior to that, last week, he scored 101 not out for the combined campuses and colleges in a trial match that they had at the UE Spec St. Augustine ground.
Yes, Ian Hackett, another all-rounded player. A lot of ability, a lot of talent. When you look at him, he made his first-class debut for CCC last season in that 4-day championship. But he's at the crease here now with a job to do. Again, the field remains the same. Slip, gully, and bat pad on the offside. Govaya has been very, very good throughout the spell. He's varied his pace nicely. It's proven to be difficult to get away. Not afraid to give it some air, and we know how dangerous his quicker ball could be and how effective it could be when he is, showing the tendency to give it a little bit of air. Then that becomes sort of a surprise package.
Yeah, very much so. I like that new addition to his game, Govaya.
Yeah, showing some flexibility. you know, we would know of his prowess in the white ball format. Here we go. Cyan Hackett about to face his first delivery.
Well, he would know all about Hackett from his days at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, Govaya. Played alongside Hackett. Trained with him for quite some time. Hackett immediately off the mark. Good intelligent running between the wickets. And completes the 19th over with a single, 71 for 5. And at this stage, Kadir, approaching the 20th over of the innings, what do you think should be a reasonable score for the Scarlet Ibis to attain?
Yeah, half the side back in the pavilion, and the projected score at the moment is just about projected score based on the run rate at the moment is just about 187. You know, but the situation is different. North Masqueraders bowlers, they're on top. They're not gonna give away anything. So maybe I think Scarlet Ibis would be looking to get somewhere above that 160 mark. Well, Juman is gonna continue. Picked up the first 2 wickets, Abdurrahman Juman. Third man, fine leg. And a deep square leg. Tailing it back in. It's Juman and Hackett. Played it away. Dot delivery.
Well, you see the plan set from Juman. He has that fielder very close in the wicket on the leg side. And the ball was flicked exactly in that position. Of course, the Juman also part of the Queen's Park setup with no Hackett. So a lot of strategies are being employed by the players with bat or ball, knowing the opposition and how to approach them.
Driving away Hackett. Just a single, or he wants 2. A good run in from these 2. Putting pressure back on the outfielders. Good work from Cruikshank as well.
Yes, excellent work from Cruikshank. As that ball reached his glove, just seemed to flick it back onto the stumps. Quite some ease. Cruikshank, can't wait to see when he gets a chance at the crease as well. Has been in quite some form. I know he's been training very consistently 7 days a week. Fitness as well as technique. He's one of those guys you always see either in the gym or in the nets. It's a beauty.
Wonderful delivery. That one just seemed to nip away from Hackett. Yeah. Jeremiah Cruikshank. You know, he does some coaching with the Joshua De Silva Academy. You know, young players just at that developmental stage. And, you know, he's one of the coaches there together with Coach Aaron. Kurban Ali. Yeah. Jarrell Ned and a couple others. Captain of this North Tobago Masqueraders team.
I know he also had some experience out in England as well. Across and played and coached for a bit with some of the youngsters across there, as well as making some very noteworthy scores. And that's really good for these young cricketers. I hope to see much more of them being given those opportunities to go and play county cricket outside instead of just franchise cricket. The T10s and the T20s, love to go and see them play some longer versions of the game.
Oh, past the edge again, loud appeal, and the finger goes up. Juman strikes, Hackett has to go, caught behind. Scarlet Ibis now in further trouble at 73 for 6. Hackett gone for 3.
Well, Hackett was unsure whether he touched that delivery. Of course, umpire Nanlal raising the finger to indicate that he did, but he just stood at the crease for an extra second. He did hang his bat away from his body, and based on the reaction of the bowler as well as the fielders around, you can see their elation from the moment the ball reached to the gloves of Cruikshank. They seemed very confident that there was a noise, an edge, and even umpire Nanlal was nodding his head before he raised his finger while walking away. So all of the factors aligning there for the North Tobago Masqueraders to get their 6th wicket. It's going downhill at this stage for the Scarlet Ibis. Yeah, just playing loosely at that one, Hackett.
3 wickets for Juman now. He's come back in the second spell. And he's picked up a wicket. Rondell Ramlogan is the new batter.
And Logan hit some lusty blows in the last game. Did not get a big score in terms of the total, but did a nice cameo at the end. And he took one of the catches of the season that I saw so far. And the players are just having a drink in the middle. I'm going to take a short break and resume with you.
So welcome back to National Cricket Centre. After the second drinks break, 73 for 6. Rondell Ramlogan is out to the middle. And what do you think? What sort of approach do you think Ramlogan and Mahes should take from here onwards? Kishav.
Well, I like the approach that Mahes has taken thus far. In that, even though he has 15 from 13, one might assume that he's been playing aggressively In fact, it's quite the opposite. 20 overs gone, 73 for 6. Mahias has just taken his time, but he's taken advantage of the deliveries that were loose. And his timing and the sort of shots that he has played thus far all seem to be sensible, seem to be relaxed, as if he is controlled and he's confident. Ram Logan, on the other hand, from what I saw of him in the last game, he has the ability to strike the ball cleanly and powerfully.
Yeah.
Have not seen him bat for long periods such as this. Again, still 30 overs remaining in this first innings for the Scarlet Ibis. So they do have time. If it's one thing, they can bat and they can bat long. And this is where the mental strength needs to come in. This is what they need to show the coaches and selectors, that no matter that my team is in a situation of bother, I can get them out of it. Down the leg side from Govaya. Second wide in his spell. But the mental strength, Kadir, this is where you want to see it be developed at this under 23 stage. Of course, that's why it's a great initiative from the TTCB to have this tournament, because these players need to show, as this one goes close to the boundary ropes and trickles into it. A good attempt from Juman.
Yeah, again, badly lined from Govaya, and Mahi is getting inside the line, tucking it behind square. A valiant attempt from Juman proved futile. Mahi is up to 19 from just 14. And so I love his approach in this innings.
And again, even that shot, it wasn't a slog. It wasn't overly aggressive. It was just timing.
Yeah. This one again goes down to the third man area and gonna get the single. Mahis has been assured whether he wants to play on the front foot or the back foot. Via with 3 for 20 from 7.3 overs. And again, now you could see the field change in the slip, gully, bat pad all come into play now.
So Govaya again using those fielders in close to the bat. Put some pressure on the new man, Ram Logan. And he goes in the air to mid-off, and it's a drop catch.
Well, the opportunity came and it was put down at mid-off. Govaya would not be happy with that. Seemed to be a simple catch.
Xavier Reed diving forward. Tall guy. But I dare say it was regulation, indeed.
Certainly. So an opportunity missed. Reed again comes into play, doing the fielding there.
You know, once there's a drop catch, that ball is going to follow you for the rest of this game. That's just how cricket works.
Now he's been switched from mid-off to mid-on.
He's still holding his wrist, so could be that it hit him at an awkward angle. Driven nicely from Ram Logan through the covers. And that's an exquisite shot for 4. Govaya giving too much air and just too much width. But a really well played cover drive.
Competent from Ram Logan. All along the ground.
Reminds me of prolific Jason Passad with bat in hand as well.
No, he's not known for any timing. Where timing is concerned, no,
it's just sheer power.
Yeah.
Sheer power. And that's a very important point, as in the difference between timing and power, you know, especially for our young cricketers as well, because you see somebody like Anderson Mahes. He's not the strongest of characters in terms of his height and his size. He has a very lean, slim build, but the way he hits that ball to the boundary, you would swear that he's one of those strong guys with all of the muscles and big shoulders, which is where power is more applied and strength.
Yeah.
But timing is what Mahes uses to the best of his ability and precision. I remember during my days playing youth cricket, there was a cricketer by the name of Kieran Joseph who played for Trinidad under 13, 15, 17, 19 and during that era, and was one of the most prolific batsmen that personally I have seen. You know, it's a shame that he's not playing anymore, but both he and Darren Davis, very good friends and teammates, and he was one of the best timers of the ball that I've seen. Mahes tries to flick this one to the leg side. Cruikshank is running backwards for the catch, and he takes it. Made it look so easy that Cruikshank, he didn't even have to dive. And you know those catches running backward are never simple to take. But Mahes trying to be too cheeky. Juman getting his 4th wicket. And a foolish length delivery. I'm not too sure what Mahes tried to do there, in all honesty. Didn't see any shot like that from him prior in his innings. And Cruikshank, eyes on the ball at all points. A very comfortable catch taken by the captain, leading from the front. That's also his 3rd or 4th catch for the innings. Cruikshank, and the 7th wicket goes 85 for 7. Kadir, what is that from Mahes?
Yeah, it seemed to be very much premeditated from Anderson Mahes. It was just not the length for that shot. Have another look at it. It was into the pitch, and Mahes just went down a little bit too early, and he only managed to just top edge it. And there was a good catch from Jeremiah Cruikshank, but 85 for 7 is not a position that you want to be playing that shot in.
I'm just trying to, I'm looking up on the replay, I'm just trying to find some words to describe what he was thinking about playing that shot. 21 overs gone, Kadir. 29 overs remain in the day. You are one of the last recognized batsmen in your team. And a premeditated shot to someone of Juman's ability, who has gotten 3 wickets already in the innings. And then now, I'm just struggling to justify. That's what I'm trying to do, Kadir, to try and justify or find a reason to justify why he would have played that type of shot. But again, it's just down to the mental strength and the lack of it.
Yeah, the lack thereof. So Samir Ali is a new batter. 85 for 7. Juman steaming in. Outside the off stump. Good lead from Ali. And credit must be given to Cruikshank. He's always kept that slip in at whatever phase of the innings. Has 2 under Gully at the moment. How do you describe his performance from the North Tobago Masqueraders today so far?
I would say that it has been very convincing and commanding. The North Tobago Masqueraders getting a victory in their first game against the Hummingbirds from Southeast, and I think it just goes to show that momentum can augur so well for a team. The opposite is being shown by the Scarlet Ibis, who also won that first game, and it was a nail-biting finish, came down to the last over. We would have thought that they would have continued in that momentum. Batted smartly in that game. They reached up to 229. And at this stage, 85 for 7. I mean, credit also has been given to the bowling potency of the North Tobago Masqueraders, but also some of the batting deficiencies in the Scarlet Ibis. I think some of the wickets could have been avoided if smarter cricket would have been played. We see Mahes and Julian, two of the senior batsmen in the team, getting out to unconventional shots. Trying that reverse sweep, trying that scoop or paddle, as they like to call it. What are your thoughts on those types of dismissals in a game of this nature?
Well, I love the fact that intent is why you would play a shot like that, right? But you just want to be situationally aware, you know, of that should dictate, you know, how you or when you use those types of shots, you know. But Anderson Mahes, he's known for playing those, you know, paddles and scoops and what have you. But it was just not the right time to do it, you know, with the team on the ropes. End of the over, 85 for 7 after 22.
And as you mentioned, situational awareness, it just brings back so many memories over the years of West Indies cricket where we have been lacking in that aspect. Most recently coming to mind, Alec Athanas in that South Africa Test Series, just at home in the Queen's Park Oval, where he was set to make 100, and Keshav Maharaj was the bowler, and he had a fielder set for that reverse sweep shot that Athanas likes to play, and the fielder was inside the 30-yard circle for majority of Maharaj's spell, and there was a delivery where he sent the fielder back at least 10 paces, and he actually bowled that delivery a couple steps behind the crease, flighted it much slower, and Athanas went for the reverse sweep and played it straight into the hands of the fielder, who was just moved. So that's just one example of situational awareness.
Oh, in the air and put down. Oh, Ram Logan fending on that delivery outside the off stump. It went quickly. And catch put down seemed to be Emrit. Sachin Emrit. Healthy edge. Oh, and it just hit him on the chest. Never got his hands in the right position. And chance goes a begging. Logan lives to fight another day. Govaya with his 9th over on the trot now. 3 for 26.
I think that's the second chance that Ram Logan has had in just 5 deliveries, both coming off Govaya's bowling. And both, you would say, regulation catches. That one on Emrit. When you saw the replay, you saw that he just got up a bit early. Maybe if he stayed down that extra second, might have been able to get his reflexes going quicker.
Quicker delivery. Fizzes past the edge, and you could see after that drop catch, Raymond and Emirates switching positions. So Raymond must have said, hey, you got your opportunity, you put it down. Give me a chance now.
Very much so. Oh, it could also be the merciless Mikkel. Because you know that Govaya, a fielder of his standards, he's not going to take kindly to any drop catches, far less off of his own bowling. It's probably one of those things where Mikkel decided to just put a change in, and now it's bringing Eric Garcia in that slip position and putting Emrit back under the helmet. He took an excellent catch early in the innings.
Logan sweeping away into a vacant area for 4. So taking his chances there on the Ram Logan, and it's paid off. He's gotten a boundary. Not in the most convincing fashion though, but he take it nonetheless.
Well, I think the ball was there for him to play that shot. Govaya usually does not stray very often or at all. And that one delivery straight into the pads of Ram Logan, no protection on the leg side, so he just had a wild heave with it. Got a welcome 4 in the end. 89 for 7 after 23. Govaya 3 for 30 in his 9. I think he's still reminiscing on those drop chances. Looks to be a fallen figure. Stupid at the crease. I know he takes his cricket very seriously, does Govaya. If you think about it, that would have added a 4th to his column. Yes, it's 2 chances, but of the same batsman. And then going into his last over, you would have been looking for that 5-wicket haul.
Well, Juman also looking for a 5-wicket haul.
It's on both ends of the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah. Juman steaming in again. Yokeling delivery. Spin from one end, pace from the other. Good tactics from Cruikshank.
Both of them relentless.
From here onwards, though, what sort of score you think Scarlet Ibis would have in mind, or what sort of plans you think they'd look to take to get something, of credibility?
Thus far, we have seen Ram Logan look to play his shots. I think we understand the approach that he's come to the crease with. He's going to defend if it's on his thumbs if necessary, but once there's the opportunity to go after it, he's going to go. Samir Ali, on the other hand, has been mainly defensive since he's come to the crease, so it could be an idea of whether he's looking to bat out the innings or whether Ram Logan is looking to score frequently in the innings. But at this stage, I think if they can get up to a 150 mark, at least put some runs on the board, have a challenging score, it would be a good effort in the end. I'm going to state that they are in right now. And also, bear in mind the fact that we have not seen Joshua Davis with the ball either.
Mm-hmm.
I can anticipate that after Govaya finishes his 10-over spell, might see Joshua Davis come into the attack, and we all know what he's capable of with the ball in hand. Always seems to get wickets at the right time.
Short delivery helped away, down to fine leg. Not the ideal situation that the Scarlet Ibis would have liked, but it just gives these two an opportunity to spend some time at the crease, build up their CV a little bit with bat in hand. I think the main focus for all of these teams is to bat out their allotted 50 overs. I think that should be the main objective. But of course, cricket is not played like that. We'd always want it to be like that, but it's not always going to happen that way. Shot from Juman again and just fended away. Didn't know too much about that one, Ram Logan, but turned the strike over.
Well, again, you see his mindset. He's looking to still attack the bowling because that's his usual nature. He's not one to shy away. Could have easily ducked out of that delivery because there was protection on the backward square region if it went aerial.
Loud appeal. Maybe. Pitching outside leg. Not out, says the umpire. End of the over.
The umpire Nanlal unmoved. Take a look at those figures. Garcia, 5 overs, none for 8. What an excellent start he provided for the Masqueraders. And Mikael Govaya now into his final over of his spell, 3 for 30. Could have easily been 4 for 30. Can still be 4 for 30 in this over.
Yeah.
And even still 5. The way Govaya bowls, you never know.
And Ram Logan on strike as well.
Got 2 chances off of him. Will the third time be the charm?
Again, looking to take him down, Ram Logan. Will it get to the boundary? It's holding up just inside, and they're able to come through for a third.
Ram Logan saw the field was in for him. Only the long off fielder was out. And the entire leg side was open for him to swing freely at, so took the invitation on offer. And Govaya will relish this opportunity against the left-handed Samir Ali.
Wide delivery, a little bit too wide from Govaya. Certainly something for the spinners. See this pitch offering some turn. There you see evidences of it again. Samirali, he would not mind that being a leg spinner. Quicker.
I think Samir Ali might want to make some more runs so that he can have some to defend when he's bowling.
Two deliveries to go in this spell from Govaya. 3 for 33.
And he's bowled him. All ends up Mikael Govaya striking with the penultimate delivery of his 10 over spell on the trot, as you mentioned, Kadir. And what an excellent spell it has been from the young man. Quicker through the air and just holding its line. A brilliant delivery from Govaya. Again, we know that he uses a lot of variations along the seam with his fingers and the positioning of the ball, but really has shown all on display here. The 8th wicket down now for the Scarlet Ibis. 95 for 8 in the 25th over. And at this point, Kadir, I think 150 might be too far away. The new batsman coming in, Jedediah John. The name itself sounds very powerful.
.95 for 8 here. Keshav, no Tobago Masqueraders. Well and truly on top. Like a rush at the moment. Govaya, could he get 5? One delivery to go in his spell. John, a right-hander.
When I spoke to the captain, Cruikshank, at the toss and decided to bowl first, did say he would look to restrict them for around that 150 mark ideally, and I think he would be even more so elated now that seems to be having them under the 100 mark. If he can get these further 2 wickets without Ibis getting any more runs, it would be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Well, just taking a sip, taking the opportunity to get some fluids in.
But I think just to show you how this game of cricket never ceases to produce entertainment, that ball, after it hit the stumps, I think it went directly down to the black screen, because the players were just by the black screen retrieving the ball and had to send it back for the umpire to inspect. So it just goes to show you the game that always keeps giving.
Good observation from Keshav, always watchful. And Govaya here would fancy his chances to get this wicket, do you think? What delivery do you think he has in mind?
Oh, it's
You
definitely
being a
going to
spinner
be.
yourself.
And also knowing Mikel, I think it's definitely going to be one of those faster and flatter deliveries into the stumps, wicket to wicket. I don't think he's going to flight this one at all. Look at the entire infield there, all within 15 yards. The last delivery of his spell, Mikael Govaya. Well fended off from John, but we were right. We were right in terms of the speed of the delivery. And just as told by Sizzla Kalonji, Jedediah John was solid as a rock. 95 for 8 and 25.
Halfway stage. well behind that delivery, John.
I think he premeditated that shot even before he walked out. I would have done the same in all fairness, so by all means.
Ricky Ragunanan, last man in for Scarlet Ibis, Northeast Scarlet Ibis. Meanwhile, Juman is going to continue. And does that give Ramlogan now even more of a free license to attack the bowling?
I was now literally going to ask you whether you think he should go with more of a license to attack or whether he should look to bat through as much overs as he can and farm the strike. Well, that defense alone shows that his mindset has changed, because that delivery was in the arc, and the way he has been playing, I think he might have looked to loft that over 30-yard circle.
Nel Ramlogan is a very tall batter.
Again, solid defense. Juman into his 8th over, 4 for 39. Captain allowing him that opportunity to try and get his 5th wicket. Started off with 2 early wickets. Beginning of play within the 4th over of the innings. Then it was taken a bit of attack by Leonardo Julian. Logan pulls this one. There's protection on the leg side boundary. Little fumble in the field, but no second run. He allows Jedediah John to face 3 deliveries from Juman. And most of those 40 runs that Juman conceded would have been off of the bat of Leonardo Julian with his aggressive nature. He came to the crease and was hitting 6s and 4s to all parts of the ground. And at that point, Juman had to come off of the attack. Then the captain just bearing in mind that he needed to rotate his bowlers a bit, don't get the batsman too accustomed, and it's worked. A rising delivery, appeal from there, and he's gone. Umpire raises his finger. What a delivery from Juman, and he gets his 5-wicket haul, well deserved for the young fast bowler. And that was a fast bowler's treat. No better way to get that all-important wicket. Quick rising into the body of Jedediah John. Tried to get out of the way and seems to have taken part of the glove on the way to the keeper. Cruikshank also with another catch and dismissal. What an amazing spell from Juman this has been.
Absolutely brilliant from Abdurrahman Juman. Never afraid to bang them in short. You know, he's been doing that throughout this spell. That one was a snorter, a rip of a delivery. He deserved to get a wicket with that. He's picked up 5 for 40 for young Juman. And coming back in this second spell, he's picked up 3 wickets in this second spell. He's bowled unchanged since then. But he's been asking a lot of questions and just mopping up the lower order. 96 for 9. Ricky Ragunanan is the last man in for the East-Northeast Scarlet Ibis. And they're standing the chance here of being bowled out for under 100. Still a lot of overs to go, but that would not be factored in because with these 2 out there, East Northeast, they could take some hard that Govaya has completed his 10. So now it's going to be someone else, going to be a bowling change.
Well, They have several options. Eric Garcia still has some overs left. Joshua Davis with the off spin. Zachary Siwa with the right arm medium. Lots of variations and cutters. Now we see 3 slips and a gully for Juman.
Again, hitting that back of a length area. This has been an impressive swell from Juman. He's running hard. Ball with a lot of pace as well. And he's been getting a response from the surface. What do you make of the surface on show here today?
It's certainly given some assistance to the bowlers in terms of that extra bounce. But I must say, as you can see, that nice carry through to the keeper. And Juman completes his 8th over, 5 for 40. 96 for 9 after 26. This surface, is definitely excellent reflection of the investment by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in terms of improving the standard and quality of pitches in the country, and even the entire 30-yard circle. The grass around the entire area, the square of the pitch. Kudos to Mr. Zaid, and as well as the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for all of their noteworthy actions in preparing for this 2025 season. Just goes to show you, Kadir, once you spend time and investment in these youngsters and the surfaces and quality of pitches that we play on, it's going to be rewarded by the level and the improvement of the players all around.
Yeah, definitely. This surface has offered something different to what we've seen in times gone by. From Xavier Reid into the attack, off spinner, and polite inquiry from him. First delivery, not outside the umpire.
It's good to see that his hand is able to bowl after he was holding it in an injured manner when he dropped the catch off of Govaya's bowling. I'm looking down the pitch, straight to Govaya just for a single. Xavier Reid, a very tall guy, I must say. I was anticipating some pace from him. First time I have personally seen him. But he is giving you that Suleiman Ben sort of effect.
Suleiman Ben, former West Indies spinner.
And as noted from our producer, the same style of run-up. Ben, at the delivery point, would have just been a bit more side-on. And he had that flailing, non-bowling arm, trademark of his. But a tall spinner is always an interesting factor. Even Mikael Govaya, he's not a short guy either. But as you can see in the picture, Reid still has a few inches above Govaya's height, and that extra bounce will always aid them.
Not afraid to give it some air as well. Xavier Reid. $99 for 9, all 9s. Past the edge. Just 2 singles in the over. 99 for 9 after 27.
Some of those grey clouds just lingering around. You usually see them around midday.
Yeah, it's been there for the most part. Not an immediate threat at the moment. We hope that they stay away. Well, Juman at the top of his mark, looking to finish off this innings here. Short delivery again, pulled away, all the way by Ram Logan, all the way for 6.
Well, if that doesn't show you confidence, I don't know what else will. One more wicket in the hut. Ram Logan has been batting in that usual aggressive nature of his. Juman in the previous over getting a wicket off of a short, steamy delivery. And then first ball of this over, short, and he's pulled away for 6.
That was a good shot.
Went quite some way as well. I think it was actually past the bleachers on that left-hand side.
Never looked to hit it downwards. Always looking to hit it for 6. Ram Logan, he got slightly inside the line too. Well in control of that.
Also bringing up that most important 100 mark for the Scarlet Ibis. 105 for 9 now.
Short again this time, outside the off stump.
I think he has answered your question, Kadir, in terms of whether he is going to go with extra license or whether he's going to bat more conservatively. I think he's just going to maximize his time at the crease.
I think it's well worth it. It's well worth it, him giving a try to get some runs, you know. Anything from here should be like bonus runs, you would think, with the last wicket in. This one driven straight and gone through Ramdu for 4. Didn't seem to get all of it, Ram Logan, but enough power to beat Ramdu. And away for 4. Oh.
Got close enough to their car Ramdu and got a hand hit. Usually a very good fielder. I think perhaps maybe I've just been a bit casual in that approach, as he did have much to do in the entire game thus far. Of course, he will be required with bat in hand, so no better time to wake up than now. A special good afternoon to Kyle out there. See the trees in the background just swaying with that extra wind. It's around the ground, always very scenic here at the NCC, home of cricket, our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. It's been a hub and a center for so many talented players all over the years. Strikes him on the pad. And umpire raises his hand to signal the 6th wicket for Abdul Rahman Juman. And it's the fall of Randa Ramlogan. Turns his head in dismay. But what amazing bowling it has been from Juman. Realizing that the short delivery is not working to Ramlogan, goes full into the pads. Umpire Nanlal agrees with the appeal and raises his finger to dismiss Ram Logan. Scarlet Ibis 109, all out in 27.4 overs. Juman ending with figures of 6 for 50 and 8.4. Amazing performance from the North Tobago Masqueraders.
Yeah, Ram Logan going for Enterprise in 23, but 109 on the board for the North Tobago Masqueraders. They would be more than happy with that. The Scarlet Ibis, though, they would feel as though they fell a little bit short with bat in hand. But runs on the board, you would say, for Juman, outstanding figures of 6 for 50 in 8.4 overs. Led the way for the North Tobago Masqueraders. Couple of wickets also for Mikel Govaya. I think he had 3 for Govaya. 4 for Govaya and 6 for Juman. So they were the chief destroyers for the North Tobago Masqueraders as they is led off the field by Juman. holding up the ball. Wonderful spell from the young man. He would be happy with his outing so far. So too the North Tobago Masqueraders. So they would need 110 for victory. And we'll be back with the run chase in just about 30 minutes time. So welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver for the run chase for the North Tobago Masqueraders, requiring 110 for victory. I just want to apologize to the viewers. I know I said we'll be back in the next 30 minutes, but considering that we were just past the halfway stage of the first innings, the umpires decided that we're going to come back out, and here we have the restart. Ramdu and Wayne Edwards, the opening batters for North Tobago Masqueraders. Jedediah John with the new ball, and alongside me, Keshav Bahadur Singh, who is very excited to see Kyle Ramdu with bat in hand.
Most definitely, Kyle Ramdu, colleague, good friend as well. Always excited to see him with the bat in hand. Also, just from a purely neutral cricketing perspective, very exciting prospect to watch. Ramdu, of course, brother as well of Maqueraders, who featured with the ball in hand, picking up 4 wickets in his 10-over spell. Sure, Ramdu would look to do the same with bat in hand, make a healthy score for his team and take them home to victory. John with the first delivery.
Left-arm pacer, Jedediah John, just not making height. Brand new ball in hand, and they would know that wickets would be the order of the day. In order to win this game, the East-Northeast Scarlet Ibis, they're going to have to bowl out the North Tobago Masqueraders. And here's Ramdu getting off the mark, tucking this one behind square. Should come back for 2. Masqueraders innings off and running. Kyle Ramdu would have gotten to 40 odd in the first game, hoping to carry that form into today's innings.
I would like him to just carry on that batting no matter whatever format he's in. Always gets good stats. Just need him to continue batting long into the innings. So well left. I know he had a very good Dream 11 T10 season as well with the Sampami.
Yeah, very good season. Kyle Ramdu got some good scores, batting up the order in that format. Kept wickets as well for the Sampami franchise. This is where he likes to be, right at the top of the order. This is where he's highly favored. Wide delivery, a little bit too wide from John.
I think he was shocked by that decision, but I mean, the delivery was definitely past the wide line. It's always a good prospect to see a young left-arm fast bowler. Want to see some of that seam movement of the ball, you know, away from the batsman. Make it work.
Yep. John from the northern end. Again, this one outside the off stump, and again it's going to be signaled wide by umpire Nanlal. I'm just wondering though if this might be the right end for John, the left arm seamer. Looking at the way the wind is blowing at the moment, it's blowing from right to left on your screens. Just needs to start it a little bit straighter. Play on a miss, loud appeal, and he's given. Ramdu has to go early in the piece. John, after a couple of wide deliveries, he's gotten one in that channel. Ramdu edging through, and he has to go for 2. Masqueraders 4 for 1.
A rash shot there from Kyle Ramdu. First over of the day. Already 3 runs in the over. No need to take unnecessary risk. And that's really and truly a wild shot there from Ramdu. Not pleased at all with that display from him.
Yeah, he's just trying to drive, but he didn't get that front foot to the pitch of the delivery. He just threw his hands at it, playing away from his body.
And there was no need to. The previous deliveries from John were 2 wides, very wide outside of the off stump. This delivery was just within the wide line, but it wasn't by any means close to him. He could have left that alone. If he's looking to bat long, it's a 50 over game. The total to chase is 110. You are opening batsman. To me, the first goal you should have in mind is to bat and bat till the end of that 110 without loss. That's where you show your merit and your worth as an opening batsman. You cannot be giving away your wicket so cheaply.
Yeah, he'd not be happy with that, Kyle Ramdu. Well, Jeremiah Cruikshank, captain, makes his way to the middle. Another classy right-handed batter out of the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Cruikshank, one of those players, as I mentioned before, trains 7 days a week, sometimes twice a day. Fitness enthusiast, always training with technique as well. He's one of those players, Kadir, when you witness a training session at the Queen's Park Oval, he trains before the session starts, during the session, and after.
And that is so good to hear. This time clipping this one away past the mid-wicket field and away for 4. Getting a nice juicy half volley to start with, Cruikshank, and turning it away nicely for 4. What a way to get your account up and running.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of player that he is. A very wristy sort of player, and plays through the V's as well. And that he was also doing some specialized work in the nets with one of the coaches at Queen's Park, Namir Supal, player coach. A very good asset he is in terms of still playing, still active, and also imparting his knowledge to these youngsters. I've seen him work very well with them across the board.
And it's good to hear that, you know, a youngster who's totally dedicated and committed to his craft, all in the aim of bettering a game and hopefully making the step up. End of the first over, 8 for 1. Might see it. Do you think we might see some spin to start with? Looks as though it's going to be Mahes, Anderson Mahes.
Yeah, well, he's the sort of bowler that can use the new ball and bowl some of those drifters, and even delivery seaming into the right-handed batter. 2 right-handed batters at the crease, Wayne Edwards. Very competent young man as well. Saw him for the North Zone in the under-19 zonal tournament. Compact player, likes to play proper cricket in strokes.
Yeah, Wayne Edwards, I remember him for the Defence Force team. I'm not sure if he's still playing his cricket there, but I knew he once played there. But you being a spinner yourself, Keshav, I want to pick your brains a bit. Is it something that spinners like to do? Is it bowling the new ball? Is that something that spinners they like to do? They put their hands up depending on the type of spinner you are?
I've seen that more and more in recent times, where traditionally a spinner would shy away from that new ball because you'd want a ball that's a bit older, can get some more purchase off of the surface based on the nature of the seam.
Straight delivery, a loud appeal, and he's given. Mahes off his very first delivery. Wayne Edwards, leg before. Masqueraders now 8 for 2.
Edwards shuffling back and across the wicket. Delivery hit him on his pads, and you saw his leg stump was exposed. So it could very well be going on to hit that middle and leg region. He seemed to have been convinced that it was going down leg, but as you saw, he did shuffle quite some way across his stumps. And that ball impacted him when he was directly in line with it. So first delivery he has to go, and just as we were speaking about that spinner with the new ball using that drift into the right-handed batsman, it was right on cue.
Yeah, definitely. And listen, Mahesh, with that delivery just going on with the arm. But Edwards was turning the bat face. And when you turn the bat face against a spinner, you're providing less of a defense. You know, if you play with the full face of the bat, chances are it's gonna hit the middle. That time, just breaking the wrist, had to go leg before. But Scarlet Ibis did be very happy with this start.
Oh, it was an excellent start for the Scarlet Ibis, defending a low total of 109. Trying to repeat the feat of the Masqueraders, as Scarlet Ibis, when they were batting, they were 4 for 2 in the third over, and now the Masqueraders are 8 for 2 in the second over. So very close margins indeed, and Sachin Emrit is the new batsman coming to the crease for the Masqueraders. Left-handed middle order batter from Queen's Park Cricket Club as well.
Yeah,
Also one of those players similar to Cruikshank, who trains a lot.
Yeah.
So we want to see that training paying off in the middle. Of course, practice most important, but out here in the match situation is where it all counts.
Yeah, this is where you get the chance to showcase what you've been working on when no one is watching. Tossed up, turned away, they're gonna get a single. So Emrit is off the mark, Sachin Emrit. And these two sort of similarly built, Emrit and Cruikshank. And I would assume that right hand on strike, Mahesh is gonna operate from around the wicket, spear it into the pads just like he did with Edwards. Two deep fielders, deep point and deep mid wicket. Slip, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the square leg.
Cruikshank just taking his time, settling into the crease.
A little bit slower from Mahesh. Using all of his smarts here. Anderson Mahesh, you know that he models his game on that of Indian legend Ravindra Jadeja. Jadu as he's known.
Action is almost very similar to him as well. That's that casual approach to the crease.
Also wears number 8. Cut away. Protection there, just a single.
I dare say even in the batting, you know how Jadeja is always one of those.
End of the over, another successful over for Scarlet Ibis. 10 for 2 at the end of 2. So exactly 100 needed for Masqueraders, Cruikshank and Emirates. John with a wicket in his first over. There he is, comes in again. Outside the off stump, Cruikshank happy to let it go through. Jeremiah Cruikshank. Good opportunity here for the likes of Jedediah John, who we might not have seen a lot of, but he's getting the opportunity here to rub shoulders with some players who've played a higher level.
And Edwards shuffling across your stumps on the first delivery you're facing from a spinner. That ball drifting into you. I think some more discretion could have been used.
Well, small totals always pose, there's always a little bit of excitement when it comes to small totals, because as a batting team, you don't know what sort of approach to take. Do we go there and try to get these 110 runs as quick as possible, or do we just use up the time that is available to us? So you're sort of caught in between, and as a bowling team, you could, take advantage of that. Continue to be in that corridor, in that channel, be patient, and just allow the surface to do its thing.
It just goes to show you, always comes down to the mental aspect of the game. No matter how much talent and ability you have on offer, if you cannot concentrate and you cannot analyze situations properly, then you would not get the intended result or the desired effect. Yesterday in the secondary schools cricket league down in Union Hall, there was a small total on offer. Naprima College versus Presentation College San Fernando. Naprima College batted first in 26 overs and made just around 112, and they defended that total against Presentation College.
South Derby.
South Derby indeed.
That game holds a lot of prestige.
Of course, the two prestige schools involved. Of course, as divine intervention would have it, Naprima College being the victor in the end.
Alma mater.
And it's usually a derby, more so in the football context. Recently, it has revived in the cricket sphere. To give you a bit of history on that. Presentation College San Fernando, within the last 5 or more years or so, have come back into the cricketing sphere where they have dominated for some points and certainly had the better of Naps. But to show you how time changes events, when I was in Naprima College during 2005 to 2012, Presentation College San Fernando was not even in the championship division. They were below. So we did not get the chance to have that rivalry or that encounter.
Wow.
Only in the under 14 and under 16 division, but not in the senior. And that time is when Presentation College Chaguanas and Hillview College would have dominated secondary schools cricket with the likes of Adrian Barath, the Otley brothers, cricketers from all likes.
And so many others, would have gone on to represent Trinidad and Tobago at the highest level.
Yeah, at that point, the Chaguanas team was essentially a Trinidad and Tobago 11 because their entire 40-man squad, they had players from all different age groups featuring. So getting some valuable information from our producer, the seasons before that is when they would have had a full national team in the entire starting 11 with the likes of Dinesh Ramdin and Ravi Rampal and the likes.
Yeah, Tishan Maharaj, Ron Raghunath. So many big names.
and Princestown always used to get the upper hand on them. And Princestown at that point, you saw the likes of William Perkins, Shannon Gabriel. I will never forget the first match that I was called up to the senior team for Naparima College. I was still under 16 at that time, but went to assist with the senior team. And Princestown was playing against Naparima College. Shannon Gabriel was opening the bowling. And in the first over, he broke a stump. And at that point, I told them, thank you for making me 12th man, because there was no intention for me to go out on the field of play. It was quite fearsome indeed.
I like the fact that you're being honest.
Of course. I was most happy to make sure the players were hydrated on the field of play. By all means, Shannon could have done whatever he wanted.
Cruikshank driving away here for a single. Shannon Gabriel, William Perkins, as you mentioned. Atiba alert.
Of course, Evan Lewis, who can't forget him? He was a youngster back in those days. But similarly, many of these players in this under 23 would have come through that secondary schools cricket league. Gained a lot of experience and playing for the different schools across.
Short, wide and cut away in the gap from Emirates. All the way for 4. Wonderful timing from the left-hander.
A stylish shot indeed from Sachin Emrit. He waited patiently on it and timed to perfection. And gets a welcome boundary added to the total. And that's usually a style of play, Emrit, similar to Cruikshank. They will get the singles, they will bat smartly, and when the bad delivery comes, they'll put it away. So a very competent pair at the crease for the Masqueraders, and I'm sure they'll be looking to get this total for their team without any further losses. Both batsmen hate to give away their wickets.
So down the leg side. Bat pattern forward short leg. Kavi Buru Singh under the lid. Similar tactic is what the North Tobago Masqueraders adopted when they bowled. Emmet himself took a wonderful sharp catch close in. You look at this Scarlet Ibis team and the bowling options to come. Ricky Raghunanan, Samir Ali. Sion Hackett, I'm not sure if he is going to bowl. Ronald Ramlogan as well, Seema. Quite a few options, but they're going to have to take wickets at regular intervals. Shazad Mohammed also, slow bowling option. This one driven away, but good fielding. Ramdani at cover. End of 4, 18 for 2. And that is going to be lunch here in this under 23 clash between the Scarlet Ibis and the North Tobago Masqueraders. Scarlet Ibis were all out for 109 in 27.4 overs. And the Masqueraders just beginning their innings. 4 overs in the run chase, 18 for 2. 2 wickets to go. That of Kyle Ramdu and Wayne Edwards. So 18 for 2 after 4 overs. It's going to be lunch here. So we'll be back with more action on the other side.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva, Central Trinidad. It is the TTCB Under-23 Cup Edition 2025. Today the Masqueraders against the Scarlet Ibis. That's North and Tobago versus East Northeast. And after a bit of a rain interruption this morning, East were bowled out for 109, setting the North Tobago Masqueraders 110 for victory. There were 20 minutes of play before the lunch interval, and we're back after the lunch interval with the North Tobago Masqueraders on 18 for 2 after 4 overs. Captain Cyan Hackett of the East and Northeast Scarlet Ibis just getting his fielder right. Jeremiah Cruikshank and Sachin Emrit, the not-out batters, 7 and 5 respectively. Still some 92 runs adrift of their target. John continues from the northern end and runs off the bat straight away after the luncheon interval off the bat of Jeremiah Cruikshank, the former Fatima boy, who is also the captain of this franchise. Of course, the North Tobago Masqueraders are the defending champions of the Under-23 Cup, and they'll be hoping that they can do the double and take the championship once more. There is one more day of action on a Friday, and then when the teams fit into the point standings, the finals between the two top teams will be on Sunday. Sunday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And easy single for Sachin Emrit, just as his captain did, run off the bat. So a couple of runs to start after the luncheon interval, carrying the required runs down to 90. There's still some 274 balls remaining, so that's quite a lot of time. They don't need to do anything too risky. As Cruikshank allows one outside, wide outside the off stump. So a couple of slips in play. Captain Cyan Hackett himself at a first slip. A backward point, extra cover mid-off. Fine leg, mid-wicket, a square leg, and a mid-on. Cruikshank is swinging for the fences and down straight back past the bowler. That'll be the first boundary after the lunch interval. Just a little bit too full from John, and Cruikshank putting that front leg forward, and a full flow of the arms, full flow of the bat, and picks himself up a boundary. Of course, Cruikshank coming off a solid game in the first game when this North Tobago team played the Southwest Zone team 2 days ago. He was at the crease when he ushered his team to victory, a victory that came via the DLS method. There was a rain interruption in that game as well, as were both games on the first day, both interrupted by rain, which is kind of unusual for this time of the year. It is the dry season in the Caribbean, the dry season in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, it's the carnival period as well, so we expect a lot of hot sun. Now watchful again is Cruikshank. Of course, it's Under-23 Cup. Those are players who would have come through the school system, and many of them would have played age group cricket. Some of them are representing Trinidad and Tobago at a national level, the likes of Joshua Davis, who's in the North Tobago unit. No run to end the over. So another over, and after 5, the Masqueraders are 24 for 2. Couple of the parents there. You see the parents of Zachary Siwa, well perched by their vehicle. I think they may have to get into the vehicle in a short. There just seems to be a bit of a drizzle and a rain around. Hopefully it's already blown past the National Cricket Centre. Young Anderson Mahes will continue from the southern end, or the administrative centre end. And he did pick up that early wicket. He accounted for Edwards, and John accounted for Ramdu. Straight away some runs off of the spinner as well, off the bat of Sachin Emrit. And immediately to the spinner, you can see Captain Hackett on the prowl looking for some wickets. Quite the attacking feel. He has the slip in play. He has a forward short leg as well. He's just sent the mid wicket back onto the boundary. There is a short fine leg, and he himself is at a mid on. He's just decided he's going to change the field again, and instead of an extra cover, he's going to put a short mid wicket in play. Off the back foot, down to mid off, and an easy run. Fielder down there at mid off, just a bit on his heels, and allowing Cruikshank and Emirates to run through for another run. And this is exactly what North Tobago will be thinking that they got to do, just knock the ball around. 268 deliveries is quite the long time. And driven nicely, but can't get past Hackett, and will get one run. The disappointment there from Emrit. He felt he should have gotten through that cover mid-off region and picked up a boundary probably. Swept nicely, but there is that deep mid wicket in play. Anderson Mahes has been quite tidy. Just the 2.5 overs, 12 runs. It's been generally wicket to wicket, which is how he usually operates. Can he pick himself up another wicket here? Straying down the leg side, and that's going to be too easy. Coming back for the second, and it will be easy in the end. That fielder at a fine leg, quite wide, and had some way to go to get to the ball. And another over completed. 6 now done, and the total 30 for 2. Wicket apiece for John and Mahes, and 3 overs apiece for them. John doing quite well with the 12 dot balls in those 3 overs. And of course, all these young men will be hoping that they can put up their hand and be chosen for the national under-23 team. Of course, there is the Caribbean T20 tournament coming up in April, May of this year. That generally is going to be towards more of the younger players who haven't made their way into the franchise circuit just yet. Rondell Ramlogan will or replace John from the northern end, and the end at which the Attobolden Stadium and the National Cycling Velodrome sit, just beyond the sight screen and the trees. Many of these young boys from the 4 zones and the 4 teams will be hoping that they can be selected. With shots like that, Cruikshank is definitely putting up his hand, and another boundary to Jeremiah Cruikshank here after the lunge interval, making batting look easy is Jeremiah Cruikshank. An easy single yet again. So just ticking over the strike, ticking over the scoreboard. Emirates has moved on to 10, and Cruikshank with a couple of boundaries after lunch has moved on to 19. And with so much cricket going on all around the world, the ILT20 presently going on in Dubai. The Vipers winning by 10 wickets with 10 overs to spare. And England versus India on the subcontinent. India pulling off victory by 7 wickets. With about 7 overs they're about to spare. Wide called. Just looking for that angle across the left-handed Emirate is Ram Logan, just getting a little too wide on the angle. Of course, that England-India series quite anticipated by many in the cricketing fraternity. 2 of the teams that score rapidly and score quite heavily. Another wide called by umpire Nanlal. And Ram Logan has aborted the thought and that plan of trying to push the ball across the left-hander. He's now decided he's going to go around the wicket and try to bring the ball back into Emirate. Probably cramp him for room. And does have a short fine leg in place just outside of the 30-yard circle. It's now been brought in, that fine leg, into the circle. So short fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on, that's the leg side. And Emirate pushes into the offside, and a quick single, well judged, called by Cruikshank, and Emirate responded. And 30 runs the partnership, just to over 6 overs. So going at just about a run a ball here are the North Tobago Masqueraders. And of course the CWI championships are also just right around the corner. The premier 4-day championship in the region. Many of the teams, this one down the leg side again. Another wide conceded here by Ram Logan. That's 3 in the over. So just not getting his radar right. And undoing a bit of the good work done from that end by John earlier in the innings. Shake of the head. You can see he's disappointed in himself. And it's moments like these that just really test a player. Another wide. He seems not pleased with this decision, but the test here for young Ram Logan will be just to keep his composure. Probably a couple of deep breaths at the top of his mark. It may very well take Captain Sion Hackett to just have a walk down and put his arm around him and just keep him calm. And remind him, just stick to your basics. Short, pulled. And it's not going to bisect the fielders. It won't get to the boundary. And just one in the end. A fumble down there at fine leg. You probably thought they would have gone back for the second. Emirates seemed to want the second. Cruikshank didn't. So just one more to the total. But much better from Ram Logan. Well directed bouncer. Again short. This time it doesn't get up as much and it's pulled around the corner. And with the fine leg in the circle, it's going to be another boundary. So that's 3 boundaries since the lunch interval. This time off the bat of Sachin Emrit. Just getting nicely inside the line and helping it off his hip. And past the short fine leg fielder into the boundary. And the North Tobago Masqueraders looking more and more comfortable as the innings progresses. And just as we mentioned, that CWI Championship, the 4-day championship, it is the first year that the championship will be played across multiple territories. Of course, last year there were games in Jamaica, St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago. And Antigua. This year it's expanded. There are going to be games in Dominica. There are going to be games in St. Vincent. End of another over. 46 for 2 after 7. Sabina Park in Jamaica. Coolidge and Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Providence in Guyana. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad and Tobago. So all the teams will get an opportunity to travel around a bit more this year. Of course, post-COVID, the entire tournament would have been held in one territory. Samir Ali will get the ball from the southern end, the administrative centre end. Of course, that first round of matches in the CWI Championship gets going on the 29th of January. And this year, the CWI Championship, $250,000 on the table. The defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And this year, there are going to be multiple day-night matches with the use of the pink ball. Of course, in Trinidad and Tobago, the North-South Classic was a day-night encounter in all preparation for that tournament. A bit of a wayward throw, and luckily for Scarlet Ibis, it doesn't cost them. Easy single errant throw. It could have gone anyway. Could have cost them that extra run. It didn't. So multiple games will be day-night encounters. Of course, the Premier 4-Day Championship, Premier Red Ball Tournament in the West Indies. So all preparation and a feeder for the West Indies test team. Nicely flighted by Ali. Driven but can't beat the cover fielder. Mahis in the covers. But Cruikshank is looking to put the foot on the accelerator. A little bit of a fumble by Hackett at shy of the stumps. He's hit the stumps on appeal. A shake of the head. And a not out, says the umpire. They always say don't run on a misfield. And it could have been curtains here. Of course, the umpire gets one look at this. We get the chance to slow it down frame by frame. Hackett fumbled, picked up. He did well because he hit the stumps directly. And Cruikshank bat down. And it just seems the bat may have been short at the time of impact on the stumps. Can't be sure. With Hackett just a blinding view of when exactly the ball hit the stumps. But the umpire is in the best position. He made the call. He got one look at it. He said not out. A bit of turn from Ali. We also saw a bit of turn for the North Tobago spinners and a bit of grip as well for Mahis earlier. Looking to sweep. Played all around it, bowled behind his back. And Sachin Emrit has to depart. It was pitched on that leg stump line. And just looking to help it around the corner was Sachin Emrit. And missing it. And into his leg stump it went. To end the 8th over, 48 for 3 now. Emrit departs 17 from 23 deliveries. And the East-Northeast Scarlet Ibis, they are well in the game here now. With a couple of early wickets in that first encounter versus the South-Southeast team. The Masqueraders were 69 without loss after 15 overs. Today, no such luck. They've lost 3 wickets inside 8 overs. Joshua Davis, the former national captain at under 19 level, will make his way to the middle. It will be the first time that Joshua Davis will face up in this tournament. He didn't get a chance to bat in the Masqueraders' first game. As a welcome back alongside me, Keshav Bahadur Singh. Good afternoon, Keshav.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
An extended lunch for Keshav today. You guys give me so much flack about I'm always eating, but some of you take some long lunches.
Well, I actually have not eaten lunch yet. I was just assisting with other duties outside, but I have to be wary because once you are here, I know that the lunches are not going to stick around much longer. I think I have to go and secure mine now that you have reminded me.
I secured it for you.
Oh.
It's in one bag, separate from everything else.
I'm sure. Is that one bag your backpack by chance?
No.
Okay.
My backpack is far away from the kitchen.
Because it seems very full this morning. It seems a bit light, and now it's stuck to the brim. So I'm just making sure that the refreshments are still on offer.
No, it's far away from the kitchen.
Good to know. What do you make of this approach from the Masqueraders? They were going along very nicely, and I dare say Sachin Emrit threw away his wicket with that shot. There really was no need at that point in time.
Well, with 252 balls still to go, their approach, as Anderson Mahis has switched ends, lofted in the air, and an easy catch. Jeremiah Cruikshank, I was just about to tell you about his approach, hitting a couple of boundaries, looking to do the dose again, and picking out the middle fielder.
Well, just as I was talking about the fact that you don't need to play these sort of rash shots, the both batsmen were going along very nicely, rotating the strike, getting the ones and twos, and then right after Sachin Emrit is dismissed, then Cruikshank goes and play that sort of shot. I mean, it's just about, yes, you play to your strengths, yes, you play each ball on its merit, but it's also about playing with common sense. And you have just lost your partner who you were building a good run partnership with. And I believe he should have just been a bit more mindful there. He is one of the premier bowlers for the Scarlet Ibis.
I think to be fair to Cruikshank, his weight was going back in trying to play the shot rather than than playing it along the ground. His boundaries that he got since the lunch interval, he played all along the ground, those 3 boundaries. And this one, trying to beat the mid-off fielder, not getting the connection. Mikael Govaya, who didn't play in the first encounter that the North Masqueraders won on day 1, has come into the team today. He's picked up wickets and he's out at number 6.
Well, as you mentioned that point about Cruikshank playing the shot and it's different to the different shots that he played before all along the ground, what about defending? Why could he have not just played a forward defense? Was there a need to drive uppishly if the ball was out of your reach? All of these questions you need to ask. Not every single shot has to be a run-scoring shot. The game does not require that. You have to bat through. He had an opportunity to get a 50. 62 runs left. He was already past the 20-odd mark. Again, bat sensibly. This is what we encourage. All of the practice and all of the hard work off the field needs to show on the field. But not just the physical aspects, the mental.
So Anderson Mahis switched ends and he's continued his good work. And there's that forward defensive that you were talking about from Mikael Govaya. Of course, he's just come to the crease, so it's going to take him a bit of time probably to get acquainted with the conditions.
Well, you never know because Leonardo Julian came to the crease and his first ball was a 6.
Leonardo Julian at first slip. Square driving is Govaya can't beat the backward point. But Cyan Hackett, this is good from Cyan Hackett. He's continued to attack. He got early wickets from John and Mahis and he continued to attack. He's kept the slip in. He has had the short leg in play at times. He's kept quite a number of fielders in the 30-yard circle. Chance of a run out. Direct hit and I think he was gone. And the expression from all the fielders, Mahis with hands on head, Julian with hands on head.
Good throw from Samir Ali.
A direct hit, I think he was gone, Keshav.
Yes, the bat was in the air and it was short of the crease.
Just under the gloves of the keeper. The keeper, of course, had time to collect and dislodge the bails, but didn't. He was gone for all money. Or it would have been Joshua Davis. He would have been gone without facing a ball. Quite like the look of Anderson Mahis. I've always liked how he's gone about his business, even through the schools, the SSCL competition. Mahis has always been quite the controlled bowler. Generally wicket to wicket, and I think he's heard me and said, no, I'll throw one wide.
Well, that's not a bad option at all, as 9 overs are completed, 49 for 4. The intention sometimes in throwing that delivery wide outside of the off stump after you bowl 4 or 5 deliveries on the stumps is to just play those mind games with the batsman. You tempt them into playing a shot that may not be their usual, and sometimes once you see that ball out of the arc of your stumps, you tell yourself that you can play more expansive shots because you don't run the risk of getting bowled or LBW as easily. However, you know that sometimes players reach for those shots and end up playing on. So it still does not eliminate the dismissal options entirely. But even self, as you mentioned, I keep going back to that Cruikshank dismissal because just the timing of it was so unnecessary. Emrit tried to play that kind of paddle scoop and was bowled, and then that delivery was flighted from Mahis, and Cruikshank, as you said, his bat just went away from his body and played uppishly. So if you know that it's out of your reach, no need to force it. You know, it's all about batting calmly and confidently at the same time.
Samir Ali continues from the administrative centre end. Govaya swings and it's coming back towards us here at the administrative centre. It's gone all the way indeed. 6 runs to Mikael Govaya.
Well, Mikael Govaya in his usual fashion. Now this I have no problem with. That was a rank long hop. And he got into position. There was no protection deep on the boundary on the long on side. Just the long off fielder and fielder in cow corner in place outside of the circle. Still the last over of the power play. So he could have gone for the shot.
And the sensible cricket from Govaya, playing straight bat. And when you have a pitch that offers a bit of turn, he himself will know that there is a bit of turn on the surface, because he picked up wickets and he did get some to grip. A bowler is Mikel Govaya, who doesn't always spin the ball but relies on variation of pace. He's swinging again, this one in the direction of mid-wicket, and it'll bounce a couple of times. He'll just pick up one. Govaya, of course, doesn't always spin the ball, and he got a couple to grip today. Usually he's wicket to wicket and just relies on the arm ball and variations in his pace, but today he did. You can see the considered effort to get the ball to turn once he recognized there was some turn and some grip on the surface.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show you, play each game to its context. And look at that grip and turn from Samir Ali. Beat even the keeper, Christian Mangra, and beat the first slip. So it goes to show you.
I think that was a chance. I think that came off the bat. The umpire signaled buys at first look. Oh yeah, it beat the bat by a long way.
I think we may need to just see if we get a prescription for you. Check those eyes, make sure everything is all right. But yes, the pitch is certainly aiding the spinners. Both off spinners, left arm orthodox getting purchased, and of course a leg spinner usually would get turn even on surfaces that don't offer much due to their natural round arm action.
I think I'm going to have to talk to the president. Maybe we need to get the West Indies team to practice here. Maybe it might make a difference.
Well, I must say it really has been excellent work from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in terms of the work that has been done on the surfaces and as well as the outfield area. Really impeccable conditions.
Short and looking to go straight again is Govaya, and no questions where that's ended up. Another boundary to Mikel Govaya.
And again, just emphasizing the point, he respected all of the deliveries that were flighted from Samir Ali and that he had to play forward to. The two deliveries that were way short and ended up being, as they say locally, a long hop. He got back quickly and he played them straight behind the head of the bowler in the safest region. 61 for 4 after 10, just 49 required. And the matter of deliveries, I think, is not important at this stage.
240. Of course, you may say that, and we may see some rash shots in the mix, and then you realize the team is 8 down and struggling to make 30.
Well, that's going back to the 2 wickets that just quickly fell. Those of Emirates and Cruikshank were really unnecessary in the circumstances. Both of those batsmen need to put their hands up and say, I can bat long. I can bat through for my team.
And it's almost reminiscent of the West Indies women last night in St. Kitts, where they didn't have that big a target and they had quite a lot of balls to do it. Turned around the corner by Davis. Will it get to the boundary? It should. You get value for your shots. It's just holding up. It will hold up. Generally, just as you said, you get value for your shots. Well, it's a bit reminiscent of the women last night. Yes, they rely so heavily on Hayley Matthews, but many of the batters, once they played with a straight bat, it was quite easy. You find the gaps in the field, you hit the sweepers hard, you turn over the strike. The minute they decided to go cross bat shots or play across the line, they lost their wickets.
Just want to add to that point after this delivery. And just to emphasize on what you are saying, that was most evident even with the West Indies senior team in that test match. And pulled away from Mikel Govaya, and that is going straight to the field that long on, but he drops the catch. Is that Kavir Buddha Singh down there? Expected it to go over the boundary ropes based on his boundary hitting capabilities, but
didn't seem to get all of it actually. Seemed to just come off the toe end of the bat.
correct.
But Mikael Govaya looks in the mood, and whether you have 237 or 7 deliveries to go in the innings, he's looking to play his shots and probably will only look to play his shots.
So wide from here. So as we were just mentioning, the shot selection of players on all formats and age groups. When you look at the shot selection of those players in the test match, now I understand that spin is challenging. We all agree, we accept it, and we knew from beforehand that we were going to face an uphill task, as even the curator admitted to preparing the pitch to suit the spinners, Multan, which is naturally spin friendly, and then even more so we saw Sajid Khan turning the ball from ball one outside of the off stump turning into the leg stump square. And it just goes to show you. Now I understand, I even heard the legendary Ian Bishop on commentary indicating that most of our players would never have played on a surface that would have turned so much. And I think the turn on that surface was a bit exaggerated from the average pitches that you would encounter around the globe. Even when you go to India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and the other subcontinent nations, you encounter pitches that are spin friendly. But that one was truly a spectacle in Multan. Now, that being said, the amount of cross-batted shots we saw from the West Indies batsmen trying to negate the spin, but sometimes to me it made no sense because they were playing cross-shotted, in terms of the ball going away from the batter as well. And the point in mention, now in the first innings, Jamal Warrican top scored with 30 odd not out. And I don't know if you recall, but he played many reverse sweeps. And what was something that I don't know how many people noticed it, but many of his reverse sweeps came off the back of the bat. So he was playing a reverse sweep without using the front of the bat. And it worked for some deliveries. He missed some as well. But again, I think, I'm not sure if you saw it live or not, but I definitely want anyone of our viewers who might have been looking at the test to confirm. It was truly a sight to behold. And even the Pakistani commentators were indicating that, something seemed to have been off with the manner in which he played the shots. But at the end of 11 overs, 66 for 4, Masqueraders going at 6 runs over.
I'll tell you this though, insofar as we've spoken about the spin-friendly conditions, and of course you can't knock Pakistan for preparing a pitch that suits them. That's well within their right. And for years, you know that other teams rely on their home conditions. England, for years, have depended heavily on Anderson and Broad, who can swing the ball on a string, and that's because they have those type of conditions. The Australians with their pitches that are fast and bouncy, so you can't knock them for that. But insofar as we talk so much about spin, this is why, for me, as much as we can highlight the good glove work of Imlak, the half century from Alec Athenaeus, the lower order batting of Moti, Warrican and Jaden Seals. This is why Jaden Seals' bowling stands out head and shoulders above everything in that test match for me. Because you don't expect that a fast bowler would be so successful. And of course, Jaden has grown leaps and bounds as Samir Ali continues, and Govaya is driving powerfully. He's come on a long way since that injury about 18 months to 2 years ago, and he's grown immensely into what one of my friends says he's a superstar. But I go back as well to playing spin. We've listened to people like talks about playing spin and your approach and what your approach should be. Of course, Lara would be a special case, because he used to read the ball out of the hand sometimes. So good was his eyesight and so good was his hand-eye coordination, which is why Merlitter and Shane Warne would always say that he was the hardest batter they ever had to bowl to. But one of the things he always talked about, and even Darren Bravo, I understand, mentioned it in an interview recently, is the aspect of picking up length. Picking up length as early as possible when playing spin. And once you've picked up the length, then you make the quick decision, am I going forward or am I going back? And if you're going back, trusting your gut, trusting that you can execute the shot you want to execute. And I've heard Brian Lara talk about that, the ability to pick length. And I think the West Indian batters, I think many of them knew that they were going to face spin, and it was almost like preconceived. We're going to go out here. Craig Brathwaite, for example. How often do you see Craig Brathwaite play sweep shots? Craig Brathwaite is at his best when he's playing straight. When he's playing straight. As Govaya is doing here.
Talking about playing straight, Govaya goes straight behind the head of Samir Ali. Powerful blow indeed. And what I like about all of the shots that he has played to the boundary thus far, Miguel Govaya, they have been dead straight behind the head of the bowler. Apart from that half chance in the previous over, which went down to long on, most of his shots have been within this arc and in the safest area possible. He now goes up to 18 from 12 deliveries, just 38 required. And in the manner that Miguel Govaya is batting at the moment, you would anticipate that he would look to get these runs in as quick a fashion as possible. Joshua Davis just 1 from 9, but he doesn't need to really rush because Govaya is doing most of the run scoring with his boundary hitting at the moment. But again, we keep talking about sensible batting. He's defending the balls that he does not have the confidence to hit, and then he's taking advantage of the ones that are within his range. Now Cyan Hackett being placed very, very straight in a long on position. Let's see if that affects his style of play. And he cuts away this time, but there is protection on deep cover. A bit of a misfield, so he will allow him to come back for 2. And Samir Ali, the bowler, not pleased, as well as Leonardo Julian in the slip region, because you don't want Miguel Govaya coming back on strike. Based on how he's hitting the ball, you would want Miguel Govaya off the strike as much as possible and try and put some pressure on Joshua Davis. A very capable player is Joshua Davis as well, but different style of player to Govaya.
Yeah, Joshua Davis, as he puts this one to the sweep on the offside. Joshua Davis, the type of batter that does take just a few balls to get himself set, get his eyes in. 12 overs done, 75 now on the board for the Masqueraders, and they're romping their way towards victory. I think you may make your training on time this evening. Just 2:15 in the Eastern Caribbean, 2:15 in Trinidad. A couple of the aircrafts in and around the Couva area. There is the helipad just to the west of us, and then the airport a bit more east and northeast to us. Govaya with a strike rate of in excess of 150 already.
And as you mentioned training, I'm sure many of these players as well, once this game finishes in time, they'll be rushing to their various clubs to go and have a bit of a hit. I know some of these players, cricket is 24/7, sometimes even 25/8.
Yeah. Indeed. Anderson Mahis will get his 6th over. 2 for 17. Good returns from the young man. Govaya swings through the line in the air. Chance of a catch. No, it's not. It's dropped. It just seemed not to know where he was, and put it down in the end. Couple of runs to Govaya.
But really and truly, that ought to have been taken. That's a second chance that they've given off of Miguel Govaya, and the fielder seems to have misjudged it because he was getting under the ball and still had to leap forward. So I think it's just a matter of he reached to the ball over the boundary and in fact flicked it back in. So I think he, in his initial judgment, was just a couple steps short of it.
Govaya swinging hard. This time he'll pick the mid-wicket boundary in the gap. Govaya is in the mood, and I think he is looking to head back north before the hour of 3 o'clock when the traffic begins.
Well, this is the sort of mentality that has propelled Mikel Govaya in his career thus far. 33 runs from 25 deliveries, 27 of that to Mikel, 1 to Joshua Davis. He has always been an aggressive player, always likes to play those attractive strokes. And with the confidence that he has at the moment, as we mentioned earlier in the day, very, very successful 2024 season with him, copying a minimum of 5 titles across the various formats with the Premier League, the Dream 11, the CPL, and even this Under-23 Cup.
Good cricket, just dabbing it down. It's going to run away. Is it going to beat the fielder? No, Ali is going to pick it up and just restrict them to a couple.
And that's what I'm saying. Smart cricket. Based on the first 2 shots in the over, the one that went almost for 6 and was parried back into the field, and then the second shot for 4, you would have anticipated he would have been going guns blazing in this whole over. However, smart cricket, just opening the face of the bat, seeing how wide Samir Ali was, and a comfortable 2.
San Hackett persisting with the slip. Leonardo Julian had slipped down the leg side, and you just turn it into that vacant backward square region and pick himself up another brace, and just under a 200 strike rate, 1 delivery to go in the over, and they're just 4 big hits away from victory.
Govaya just catching his breath. I think this afternoon sun coming out in all of its glory after the brief rain showers. You know, the sun always comes out hotter. And lofts this one down to the field that long on, and the catch is finally taken. And could that be a prime example of where just a bit of fitness making Govaya decide to go for that shot? He had enough runs in the over.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a bit of a tired shot.
Very casual indeed, and not the usual sort of shot that he would play, especially after reaching to that stage. And you see the wry smile. I think he was just trying to flick it wider of that fielder, but unfortunately went straight to him.
Yeah, almost like he was in 2 minds. Do I go up and over the fielder? Do I try to turn it into the gap at mid-wicket? And then being a little bit out of breath from the couple of quicker runs in the over. But in the end, Govaya has chipped one to that man coming off the mid-wicket boundary. And he will depart for a well-played 29, Mikel Govaya in quick time. 31, I beg your pardon. In quick time, 19 deliveries. And young Zachary Siwa will come to the middle. Zachary Siwa, who also has been in and around some of the age group national teams. He would have played a lot of his cricket through school with Joshua Davis, who's on the other end. So this pair, you don't think that 25 runs should be too hard for them, given that they would have quite the rapport and quite the understanding. 222 deliveries. We're definitely going to not need all 222 deliveries. Samir Ali will continue from the administrative centre end, and just getting his field absolutely right with his captain, Cyan Hackett. Cyan will now drift all the way back to the long on boundary. Long off also in place. Short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. That's the leg side. A wide one. Davis cuts into the gap on an easy single, and the fumble will allow them for an easy 2. Good running, good understanding between the 2 former Fatima pupils. So with the 2 new batters at the crease, Cyan Hackett has opted to have 4 fielders, which he's allowed, outside of the inner circle. There is the thought that he could possibly have had an extra fielder in, given that these 2 batters are new to the crease. Probably put a bit more pressure on them. Looking to sweep. Did he make some contact on that? Trickles away to the fine leg boundary. And 4-run signal by the umpire. So definitely a bit of on the edge in that one from Joshua Davis. And he gets his boundary count started. And the target moves that much closer within reach as I welcome Kadir Mohammed alongside me. Good afternoon, Kadir.
Hello, Baso. Hello, viewers. North Masqueraders within touching distance of a second victory in a row in this Under-23 Cup. Joshua Davis, Zachary Siwa, Mikel Govaya was starting to wanted to bring it home. You could see that he was disappointed when he got out.
Yeah, Keshav and I were saying it just seemed to be a bit of a tired shot, because before the ball was bowled, he just seemed to be bent over, just catching his breath, because they took a number of quick runs in the over. It just seemed to be a bit of a tired shot. But what he did well is he put his team in position to win. And Siwa and Davis, no mugs with the bat.
Yeah, these two quite capable of taking the Masqueraders over the line. And they would want to end with the asterisks at the end of their names. Joshua Davis, Zachary Siwa, 2 young players out of the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
And just before you came into the commentary seat, I was mentioning that they've played so much cricket together because they both attended Fatima College and played so much cricket through the age group. 14 overs down, 91 for 5. So they're going to have that understanding. And then, of course, they do play club cricket together now as well for a number of years. So this 19 runs should not be too difficult for them.
Yeah, certainly not. I think from here onwards it's just about playing the situation and being as clinical as possible. And listen, Mahesh though, he's had a good outing with the ball, 3 for 27 and 6. He's the one that has caused some problems.
What do you like about Mahesh? We've seen Mahesh for a number of years covering school cricket and so on through the age groups, and now coming up into the under-23 division. What do you like about Mahesh?
I just like everything about him. I think he's a wonderful talent. Represented West Indies under 19 in that World Cup. But he's one who's very humble, very down to earth. He's always willing to take an advice. And he's always looking to get better at his game. He's one who works very hard at his craft. And you could see it paying off. Every time you see him, he's added a new dimension. And that is what you want to see. You want to see growth in these young players. And certainly he's one that has put his hand up.
Looking for a single to get off the mark with Siwa. Straight to the man at a backward point. And there's no run.
Zachary Siwa too is a young cricketer who is on an upward trend. Once given the opportunities, I know he's going to take them with both hands. It's a good situation for him too to just get his team over the line. That give him some confidence, going into further games.
And if he does manage to stay there to the end, this would be the second game consecutively that he's been at the crease when the North Tobago Masqueraders crossed the line. A similar equation in terms of runs needed when he did come out to bat a couple of days ago at Gilbert Park. Of course, the situation was slightly different because they needed a runner ball at a point in time because of the DLS revised target after some rain. But himself and Jeremiah Crookshank just stitched together the necessary partnership. Here's Siwa with a big shot into out, and it's gone into the hands that man at extra cover. And just as we're speaking about, just doing it quite simply. A rash shot, if you will. Straight into the hands of the man at
long off.
Long off, indeed.
Yeah. John taking another catch down there at long off, but again, Siwa is not yet off the mark, and he's looking to go the expansive route, go the aerial route. He's lost his wicket. 91 for 6. And maybe this game has a twist in its tail. Who knows? You know, but Siwa definitely should. He would be disappointed. He would not want that. He would not like that. And it just was a fall shot.
And Chadian Raymond makes his way out to the middle. So one former Fatima boy replaces another. They just seem to be everywhere in this team. And Keshav and I were just talking about that, and I made a reference to the West Indies women last night. A bit of the same, where they were under no pressure whatsoever by the scoreboard. And when they're playing straight bat and sensible cricket, they're turning it into the gaps and just ticking over the scoreboard. That's all was needed. And the minute they tried to play aggressive shots, cross-batted shots or slog sweeps, they got themselves into trouble.
Yeah. It's just about managing the situation, you know, and playing what's in front of you and not thinking too much about it. And you always hear coaches would say, play for what you see, you know. It's all in the mental. Well, Chadian Raymond has an opportunity here with 19 still needed. East, Northeast, Scarlet Ibis, they would want to make this as hard as possible.
They always say it's not over till it's over. And when you're in a situation with somebody like Mahias, who's on for a 5 for here, still has 3 overs and a ball to get that 5 for, you just want to play it till the end, because you never know what can happen. Driven nicely by Raymond to get off the mark. That fielder John again. He's had a good day. He's had a good day with the ball. He accounted for Kyle Ramdu at the start and had a couple of economical overs. End of another over. 15 now done. And 92 for 6. Still requiring 18 runs. The North Tobago Masqueraders. But John has had a good day. Picked himself up a wicket and economical bowling and a couple of catches and good fielding.
Credit must be given to the Scarlet Ibis. They made a low score, under par score, but credit to the bowlers, they've not given up the ghost that easily. They've come out here and they've fighted. And who knows, you know, what could happen in these with these next 18 runs to get. Who knows?
Yeah, in all intents and purposes, as Mohammed will replace Samir Ali from the administrative centre end, Shazad Mohammed. They only need 4 good deliveries. Even if 4 deliveries were hit to the boundary, they would not win with the Masqueraders. So still, they got to back themselves here. North-northeast. A quick single. Fielder there at mid-off, just a bit on his heels. Mahias, it looks like.
Not often we say that about Anderson Mahias, one of the better fielders going around.
Yeah, he did fumble the ball a bit, and you can see his disappointment in himself. He's now dropped back to long on for the right-hander. Davis drives and can't beat the extra cover fielder, but they manage the single nonetheless.
Good call from Raymond. Raymond realizing the opportunity for the single and call his partner through. Good from them, not taking anything for granted. Just trying to finish this game off here, Chadian Raymond.
Just a little bit of a conversation with Hackett and his young bowler. Good to see Cyan Hackett as well. More so in a leadership role. Short and punched off the back foot. a good bit of fielding at backward point. You just mentioned some of the young players and the opportunities for them, and those who may be on the upward trend, and it's just about them getting opportunities. And I'm well pleased to see Cyan Hackett, who's been around. We've seen him through school, different clubs that he's played for, and always seems to be there and thereabout on different teams in different competitions. And to see him in a leadership role is quite refreshing.
Yeah, he was injured for quite some time, Cyan Hackett. And he's back on the park now. That would be good signs for whoever he plays for. Always an asset. Good all-round player.
Maybe we might just see Cyan Hackett play for CCC this year.
Who knows? He made his bout with CCC last season. Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, of course, I mentioned that 4-day championship coming up in just about a week and a half. End of another over. 96 for 6 after 14 runs are still needed by the North Tobago Masqueraders. Of course, so many of the teams already announced. Guyana have announced their team. Jamaica has announced their team. Barbados has announced their team. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago today would have published their team for that 4-day championship. Of course, all the teams will have opportunities for younger players, if you will, or less experienced players, given that our senior players are presently in Pakistan, at least for the first round. It's expected that our international players will be available from the second round, but insofar as there's opportunities for young ones like an Adian Racha and Andrew Rambaran for Trinidad and Tobago, there's opportunity for Guyana as well, with Tevin Imlak and Sinclair being with the international team.
Yeah, certainly. It's a good opportunity for, as you mentioned, young players to stake a claim. Even when the international players come back, good performances, they could keep their names in and amongst the hat. So it always provides opportunity, and it's always exciting to see who's the next big talent, or the next, or going around.
And this Mace will continue. Just one wicket. He's searching for a fifer. 4 for 28 from 7. 4 for 29 now with the delivery in the 8th over. And I mentioned the Guyana Harp Eagles being without Imlak, who's their regular captain, and Sinclair, one of their premier spinners. Given the fact that they are the defending champions.
Moti's out.
Moti as well. And they get an opportunity this year to start the tournament at home with 3 consecutive games at the Providence National Stadium. And it's so fun as well to see. I mentioned it a little bit earlier that it's the first time that it's going to be going around the Caribbean to this extent. We did the CWI Championship last year, Jamaica, St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago. This year, with the added territories, it's a lot of fun now. The players getting different conditions.
Yeah.
Or you would hope they get different conditions in all the territories.
Yeah, rightly so. I think the different territories provides different challenges, and it's all in learning. Hope that players would take the opportunity to. Oh, it went straight in, and is it out?
I think he's dropped it, but immediately as the ball left the bat, the president, who's standing up just to the side of us, shouted out.
Look at it. It flew to him.
He had it.
Leonardo Julian.
He had it. He had the ball in his hand, Kadir.
That was a sharp chance.
And Leonardo Julian is a wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
He's done so much wicketkeeping, you expect him to hold on to that.
And Mr. Mace was away already in celebration. Only to realize that Julian had put it down. 4 for 29, Mace eyeing a 5 for.
It would be a great honor and pulled, and just as true to form in any form of cricket, there's a drop chance and the next delivery is dispatched to the boundary.
Look at Leonardo Julian here. You had to take evasive action. Previous delivery was in with a chance, but this time no chance. Crashed away for 4 by Raymond, so he's not mucking about. He's looking to get them across the line. Single digits now, 9 needed.
Just to go back to Mahias, as I was saying before the pull shot, it'll be a good feather in his cap to pick up a 5-for. You know, it's always something to behold as a viewer, as a fan of the game, to see a bowler take 5 wickets, 10 wickets in a match in the longer formats. Raymond is driving powerfully through extra cover, and into the boundary it goes. So 9 needed now becomes 5 needed. And Chadian Raymond showing his ways with the bat.
Yeah, outside the off stump, driving powerfully through extra cover. Back-to-back boundaries for Raymond. And North Tobago Masqueraders could breathe a little bit easier now. Just 5 needed.
105 for 6 after 17. I think they're trying to beat that 3 o'clock traffic going back north.
Most definitely.
Samir Mohammed will be brought back into the attack. Beg your pardon, Shazad Mohammed. He replaces Samir Ali at this end. Joshua Davis 10 from 19. Raymond has gone beyond that strike rate of 111 from 9.
Every time I see Joshua Davis, he always looks so solid, so compact. And I remember him scoring 100 in the T20 festival. And I thought he played out of his usual self. That day he was hitting the ball to all parts of the boundary. He played shots I didn't even know he had in his armory.
Yeah, he is sweeping again. He picked up his first boundary with a sweep shot, and he's going to bring scores level with a sweep shot. In fact, that's going to be victory, because it's given as wides. I thought he got bat on it, and if it's given as wides and it's going to the boundary, that's the 5 runs needed for victory. So a bit of wayward bowling from Mohammed, and the 5 wides will bring victory, a second victory for the North Tobago Masqueraders. And after 2 rounds of matches, they are well on their way to possibly defending their under-23 cup title.
Yeah, 2 wins from 2 for the North Tobago Masqueraders. They've been clinical. They've been certainly the team to beat in this year's under-23 cup. Defending champions, as you mentioned, and just picking another feather out of the cap. This time the Scarlet Ibis not able to provide much in terms of competitiveness to this North Masqueraders team, and they've won here quite convincingly by 4 wickets.
Yeah, and just seem to be outmatched today. I think one of the things that North have going for them, North Tobago have going for them, they have a very deep batting lineup. They have players like Orlando James, the national under-19 captain, who's on the bench, who didn't play this game but played the first game. So they have a good rotation, but they're definitely on the way to another championship. The North Tobago Masqueraders, very clinical today, and Coach Mickey of East Northeast was mentioning to me when he saw me on the balcony earlier that this North Tobago team just seemed to have a vibe about them. Part of that is that they've played so much cricket together at school and club level.
Yeah.
So the regular congratulatory and handshakes of all these guys, even from different zones, know each other so well. They play so much cricket together. And just the greetings at the end of the game. Mr. Frank Simmons there of the North Tobago management team. And
Coach Ryan as well. head coach of this North Tobago Masqueraders. They must be feeling very proud of what their team have shown and displayed so far in this tournament.
East Northeast did make a fight of it. Of course, young Anderson Mahase with 4 wickets. They managed to pick up 6 wickets on the way to making a fight of it. Who knows, on another day they may have gotten those additional wickets. There was that drop catch late on. You never know, that may have changed the game. Anderson Mahase with a fifer. But it's not to be today for the East Northeast Scarlet Ibis. And so concludes from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, round 2 of the TTCB Under-23 Cup. Join us again on Friday from just about 9:30 in the morning Eastern Caribbean time from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva and Gilbert Park in Couva for round 3 of the Under-23 Cup 2025.